Well, welcome back. It has been a tedious effort to fine-tune some settings within the iRacing.com sim to hopefully avoid what happened prior. We were having a chat with Nicholas, and unfortunately, as soon as we went to an onboard camera, it seemed like iRacing had enough. Now, the rain seems to have lightened up within the sim. This is split number 2, of course, and we're glad to be back live, despite a fair issue or two, it seems. We are back for the most part, and will, of course, make up for the missed half hour or so. Duncan Dudes continues to lead the race on top of the sim, and we can get back into things here, guys. I know you guys have been watching the sim very closely the last 20 some odd minutes, but of course, I've been going through the technical gremlins and whatnot. I think we're back. We've made some adjustments here. We were just talking about it, right? We saw a couple of flickers, and we saw the Discord lighting up. This and that was happening. This puts a huge strain on systems, and with 57 cars on the racetrack, for the broadcast sake, we have to draw as many of those as possible, if not all of them, meaning that puts a high load on the CPU, and it has us capped out, basically. The expected number of cars was 54 going in, but to try and give the field better competition throughout all splits, they opted to go one split less, and that peaked us at 57 cars. We're making do. We're back live, and we'll continue on from here. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Zach Murtis and Mr. Zach Shucker to kind of recap us on the final or last 20 minutes or so as we come up to 3 hours complete.
Well, Mr. Shucker and I have been, dutifully just monitoring the racing going on, pretty much in a sense calling it radio style and showing what's been going on, or at least feeding the information to Andrew. We've had a couple of cars. They've had a few incidents. We had one of the LMDH. Oh my goodness. I was about to say LMP1. One of the LMDH cars, the Satellite Racing Galaxy car, that one got beached from an incident over in turns 1 and 2. They got beached in the grass, ended up getting a meatball flag. They're sitting 2 laps down compared to the rest of the LMDH group. Had a couple of GT3 cars get involved in a couple incidents. So there's been some added bonuses for the rain for a lot of these drivers. They've just been trying to work around everything going on at the moment. And, I think the one thing that everyone needs to remember going into this right now is that the rain is not exactly going anywhere at the moment. Zach Shucker talked about it not too long ago. The rain was lightening up a little bit, but now we're back into a bit of some heavier rainstorms. But I think the wall of rain is getting ready to move out of here relatively shortly, within about, the next 20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, give or take. It's what it's kind of looking like. You have one more heavier swath coming through, and then maybe some breaks in the rain, maybe back to clear skies and sunny. Start the process of track drying to get back to the swap over. Everybody's started to pick the pace up just a little bit with the rain lightening up, but you're seeing a lot more cars, making mistakes again. They're sliding through their brake zones and everything just because the grip is marginally coming up, and they're trying to optimize what they can. It's just an ever-evolving learning process through this whole time period. Some people will, as you can see, try to get back onto the main racing line, because that's a good indication that it's drying out a little bit, heading towards slicks.
I think as we roll closer and closer to putting these cars back on slicks, we're going to start to see a lot more of the strategy change. And this is the one thing that I was talking about earlier that fascinates me, because I don't know how a lot of these guys tend to do it. This is open setups. They have full reign to do whatever they want to these race cars, and it's like they understand that there was rain in the forecast for the weekend, so they don't know how much rain they're going to be expecting, though. Who can predict the weather, And coming into this, it's like you can do a primarily dry setup and tweak it in the rain, or you can set a setup that has a bit of a baseline for dry and for wet, but it's the question kind of remains, where do you want to be more aggressive? Where do you want to be able to have more of a charge? Where do you want to be able to just showcase your talent a little bit more over the rest of these drivers?
Yeah, it's a massive compromise. You know, this track you have to compromise anyways because you have your high speed straights, you have your high downforce areas through the Porsche curves in particular, you have your slow speed corners as well. But you add the rain in, and then on top of that, with the rain, you have more people going off track, bringing gravel and debris onto the track, so that it's just an ever-evolving situation, and you just have to know as a driver, the next time you come to the corner, it's going to be different. You have to make, you know, tool changes as far as sway bars and stuff that you can do with the hypercars. TC settings, brake bias settings, all of that is all a factor here.
I mean, don't forget these drivers that are running at the front are running at the front for a reason, because most of the time, especially in the wet, you're seeing a lot of these guys change their brake bias in just about every single corner. I mean, some of these guys have different braking points for each corner, so they're going to end up changing their brake bias based on what they want to have going into the corner, and the brake bias is such a useful tool. It's one of the most useful tools, in my opinion, in a race car, because it's the one that you can change the most on the fly, and it gives you the opportunity to have that added bonus going into these corners of just giving the car a little bit more or a little bit less based on what you want. And there's a lot of corners that you could really change it up in and give yourself a little bit more braking or a little bit less braking. But the one thing that I'm surprised about is seeing these guys run online, as we see a bit of a battle here in the GT3 category going down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, as soon as the overtaking car gets by, he moves to the right, and the car he overtook tries to move back out of a spray, just because it's all visual aspects that they're trying to, you know, optimize as much as they can. And then you have the prototype behind them that's trying to find a lane around them and stay out of the standing water, because the standing water is the biggest issue right now for all of them.
I think it's standing water. That's a big issue for everybody.
Absolutely, and as we break into the fourth hour of racing here, this is an incredible look at, I guess, how you can transform an event, right? This event has happened, I believe, 12 years prior. I think this is the 13th running, and never before has there been rain in the Majors 24. Finally, here in 2025, we're able to bring this to these teams and put them up against Mother Nature in a sort of way. And it wasn't just the teams dealing with it, as we had our quick broadcast crash, but this is definitely challenging everybody in some sort of way. So this is a look at Arctic Sim Sport by Drop.dk. They've made the pass. That's that kind of blue and black zebra McLaren just ahead. Echelon Sim Sport Black, Cody Smith is the driver that was passed up. So Luke Reimer there out of Denmark has passed Cody Smith, who I don't know that he's actually from China, but he's chosen China. Meanwhile, I will say to those of you who are uber aware of your surroundings, as you watch the stream, you'll notice there might be a couple of teams that drop down the order on the ticker. We are drawing 54, I believe, or 55 cars of the 57. So we should be covered for replays, but there is just that small little chance to try and skirt the edge of what the CPU will allow, that until we have a couple of retirements, there may be a car or two not drawn that kind of slips by us and affects things slightly. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I want to mention it as we have Echelon Simsport Hypercar going against gentleman drivers here. And pass not quite made. That was actually on a slower hypercar, I think, or was that I think that was a P2. So they go by one of the P2s. Echelon Simsport Hypercar here, the 511. Thomas Varnes behind the wheel is chasing down gentleman drivers and that is going to be, I think, Yuri Bolognese. I'll flip over to you, Mr. Murtis. These battles in the rain, heads up, tricky. How do you approach these? How do you set somebody up for a pass?
Really, when I look at something like that, I think of what I was told in the age-old IndyCar races, that, you know, when it comes to trying to pass someone, run offline. Don't stick behind them directly, just run offline when you know you're close enough to get a good run, when you know you're close enough to really set the pass up. Just try to find an offline move, whether it's around the outside, whether it's around the inside, whatever you can do. Just don't stick in the spray, don't stick in the dirty air, and find your way around, maybe sometimes the unconventional way, with it being in the rain. A lot of times you're told to run offline in the rain anyway, to, you know, not hydroplane, because you can see from these shots a lot of the puddles that make themselves known on the curb. So you've just got to find a way around. And I'm going to say it again, the unconventional way. You may not like it, you may not want to do it, but if you know you're fast enough, you know you have the ability to do it, then you're going to have to try to find a way to do it. And I mean, looking from the blimp cam here, you can see just how dense even light rain is right now.
Oh!
Sliding! What a save! That was one heck of a save by Thomas Varnes. What an absolute stand-up job right there. And if this was any other broadcast that we see here on the Pit Stop TV platform, I would call that Lucky Performance, Lucky Break of the Day nomination.
Oh, we still have that. We haven't really talked about it, but yeah, that'll still be making its way into this broadcast here today and again tomorrow. So that definitely, I think, qualifies for Lucky Performance, Lucky Break of the Day so far, at least in this new portion of coverage. That was Thomas Varnes, Echelon Sim Sport Hypercar. Flipping over to you, Mr. Zachary Shucker. What are you seeing out on the racetrack? Of course, things relatively tame, it looks like, down in GT3 as we take a look with the GT3 leader of Evolution Racing Team and Matthew Bowler. But what are you seeing out on the racetrack?
I'm seeing a mixed driving style. There's some people being extremely aggressive because they know their car's a little better in the rain and they're trying to make up time. And there's others that are dialing it back. They're being a little more conservative. And sometimes, honestly, that's the best thing in the rain. Learning to be as consistent as you can in the rain will honestly lead to a very good overall lap time, and you're lowering your chances of mistakes, right? Staying off the curb, staying away from the puddles, things like that. Paint, especially in the rain, is very bad. As you can see, like, they're still using the curbs and the slow speeds through the final chicanes here and stuff. But as soon as you start picking up speed, like once we go down towards Dunlap here, you want to stay away from all that because it's just another aspect that can upset the car.
So watching on with your GT3 leader, Evolution Racing Team, there's a slight battle picking up deeper in the GT3 field. This is going on board with Mac Racing. They're chasing down Instinct Racing 321 and Benjamin Redmer. This is, you know, I've been inclined to learn how to pronounce some names out there today. This is one I'm not going to attempt. Maybe the last name, Kovalovs. I think I can get that out, but Mr. Kovalovs behind the wheel of the Mac Racing number 11. That's definitely one that's going to get the best of me as far as the first name there. But regardless, we're on board here. This is position number 12 in class. And this is pretty deep. We have 23 GT3 cars with us here today. So this is right in the middle. Nice little battle here. It's I mean, can you say that this is a battle, guys? I mean, they're spread out decently, and really the battle is between car, driver, and track.
Absolutely, as the faster hypercar overtakes. Honestly, your battle is mentally, not making a mistake and trying to force another driver into a mistake. Big move with some contact into the final chicanes here. Slows down, lets him check up. Regroup and try to go back after him. that happens in racing. You're going to have that accidental contact, and it's trying to minimize anything that's going to harm your car, whether you're the one, trying to make a move, or in this case, being overtaken.
And that was Benjamin Redmer that went off the racetrack there in the Ford chicanes. A little bit of a moment with the Mac Racing machine, but they continue on. I think all is fair in that case. There's a battle now in LMP2. We move up here, a class up. Fury SimSport Blue and North Sim Racing P2 17 Gold side by side as we approach the Porsche curves. A hypercar tucked in behind, waiting for an opportunity to go by. They get single file. That's the number 80 in hypercar. That would be second place in class, 51 seconds back of the race leader. That's Team DWR, so we'll jump on board with them. Mr. Pilbeam himself. He was actually in the YouTube chat earlier in our first bit of coverage, trying to find a way by this P2 car. Gonna look to the left, and I think it's found a way by. Sure enough,
Solid pass right there going into last few corners here to get ready to start another lap. And this is one thing that has always just mismanaged me when it comes to hypercar racing. And when you look at the differences between the LMP2 and the LMDH cars, they always just seem so similar in a lot of categories, like Mr. Shucker was talking about not too long ago. But they're also so different in many others that just make them a force to be reckoned with. And LMDH cars are some of the most powerful cars that you could ever hope to step into to drive competitively. And a lot of people compare them to, how powerful a Formula One car is. In some cases, they're even more powerful. And I love seeing the differences between how these guys run them, how they choose to run them, the differences between the manufacturers and how different they can be in compatibility. I've had the chance and the privilege to drive quite a few of these cars on the sim, and they've always felt completely different. The Cadillac feels completely different from the Acura. The Acura feels completely different from the BMW. And these guys find ways to make their setups work with the cars and still be overall completely competitive.
so I want to recap the weather conditions. Per the weather conditions here, you see the ambient temperature is actually warmer than the track temp, which is pretty rare. 83.3 degrees in the air, mostly cloudy skies. It's improved since it went overcast when the rains hit. Track temp sitting at 81 there. Winds have been pretty steady, around 10 to 12 miles per hour out of the south. But guys, we have this Team Stream initiative, I'll call it, with this broadcast. And again, in the, I guess what will be the third portion of coverage tomorrow, basically trying to sit in with some teams and listen in to some comms. We have the opportunity here to jump down with Beta Frost 888 and Mr. Zach Murtis. If I could send you down to their voice channel, I believe you're able to get down there. TS2-Beta Frost 888. Check in with them briefly, just make sure they're okay for us to come down, and we'll go ask them a couple of questions, sit in with them, and see what they've got to say.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
And it seems like maybe the humidity reading is a little bit off, because I would say this is much more than 1%. I guess, Zach Shucker, it's telling you 93% in your sim?
Yep, I'm seeing 93 in both from iRacing's data and the separate system I have, but it's definitely wetter than 1%.
Yeah,
Confirm that.
I figured as much. I think there might be a format error maybe with the percentage from ATVO, but that's okay. While Zach Murtis recons with Beta Frost, I want to take a look at the Major Series point standings coming into today. Now, I want to give everybody the expectation that I don't see any of these drivers in this race today, but we might see one or two odd sitting around, and this is a non-points round as well, so it's hard to say exactly how many of them are running this race because this is not for points, but this is a look because we do cover the full Major Series for 2025 in the Americas region. Nathan Dowd leads with now 4 wins on the board. Christian Challoner won the Speedway 500. Dallas Mataska won the World 600, and Robert Nash left Daytona with a 2.4 class victory. They sit atop the standings. You can kind of see where everybody sits behind them. Some highlights so far this season have certainly been Christian Abate, Tom Abramatis, Lionel Callisto, and Brian Bennett within the top 10. Also, some moments with Ryan Steele and Austin O'Neill, and even Brenton Foster and Austin Peterson. Lynn Kinchlow has been fun to watch. Ray Partridge typically runs the Ironman each round. Those have been some highlight drivers that are still in the running at this point in time. Kind of the halfway mark, literally the halfway mark within this series. In fact, we could bring up the schedule and show you that this non-points paying special event doesn't really, it's part of the Major Series. It's also part of the Majors Endurance Championship. It's also kind of a standalone. So it's kind of operating within 3 different categories here. But I believe Zach Murtis is back to us. Is that correct?
Yep, and they are all set and ready for us, Andrew.
So let's drop down to the Beta Frost team and chat with them. And I don't want to startle anybody, but hello, Team Beta Frost, and looks like Oliver and Henrik, you guys are still with us. It looks like Anders maybe is deafened for a little bit.
Yep.
At this point, of course, rain has been set in for about an hour or so, maybe a little longer. How challenging has it been just outright coming to grips with the track surface and getting to the race lead?
Well, the rain has clearly been an advantage for us. We have been way better in the rain than the dries. So it's been purely an advantage.
And we talked with a couple of other teams about that exact kind of thing, right? Setting up for the rain versus the dry, knowing that this race would be heavily wet. Clearly, it seems like you guys have a wet setup then?
We have a dry setup, but we have changed the wing when going to the pits when it started raining. So that's the only change we have done to the setup.
And that actually begs a really good question. What exactly can you guys do behind the wheel and in the pit lane to adjust the car for these challenging conditions?
Well, other than changing the brake bias and the wing, it's only the tires you can change, so that's the big things to change. Other than that, it's just having the experience of running the rain at all. That's the advantage we have.
And of course, we've chatted about trying to stay off the rubbered-in dry line and trying to find less glossy racetrack where it's not puddling and ponding so much. Have there been any specific corners that are worse than others?
Not really. We have been having a few struggles out of T3. That's the only turn we have had any issues. But a lot of it comes down to having run the track in rain before, so you know where the puddles are and know where to place the car. We had a 24-hour on the same track just 1.5 months ago or so that helps.
And right now, of course, you guys, I think, have kind of the shortest distance per stint on fuel with this class. How close are you to your next stop?
We have 4 laps left to the next pit stop.
Well, with that in mind, I think we will sit back and mute and chat amongst ourselves, let you guys do your thing. Back to race comms as normal then, and we'll check back with you there we go, in a few.
Yeah, that sounds good.
mer GT3 der?
Det 3 stykker først. Så det en GTP, den jo ikke et problem, og så det en GT3 til. Etterfulgt av det, så det i første skikane resten av GT3-ene. Og der ganske mange. Jeg ser ikke på trackmappen hvor mange der
Fortsatt en GTP som på samme runde.
P2 holder følge 0,2 sekunder treigere enn deg, vel å merke. Resten av trafikken treigere enn deg.
Det sånn dere var trukket litt inn på her, men så... Det noen svinger og tar igjen, og så slukker det av resten av banen.
Ja.
Det var ganske god kontroll på første sektor.
Ja, men som sagt, han 0,2 i snitt treigere enn deg. Det snitt per 5 siste rundene. Jeg bruker det som utgangspunkt.
Ok.
I og med at det litt varierende pits, så det ser det lettere. Det I hvert fall raskest LMP2 per på banen.
Ser ut som det 4 runder igjen.
Ja, den pluss 3.
Ja. Det blir så veldig mye tørre akkurat nå. Hvordan det for alle?
Jevnt lyseblått. Men det kan se ut som at dette her siste biten av regnet. Det blir ikke noe våtere enn det nå I hvert fall. Det
jo litt, fortsatt regndekk når det går inn.
Ja, det helt klart. Fylle full fuel og så satse på at vi ikke trenger å pitte før det tomt.
Men så I hvert fall range clear up soon.
Ja, men det blir ikke tørt med det første, altså.
Det kommer til å ta litt tid. Prøv å få pushet litt ekstra I det siste her nå. Jeg tror jeg blir beste runden med på regn I hvert fall.
3 runder igjen I hvert fall.
Det går ikke.
Det denne T3 igjen, så det litt med.
Ja. Og bremse tidlig og komme langt med Gud samtidig. Svingen her litt jævlig, for det så mye vann som du ikke ser ligger langt skjønner. Den her også ganske jævlig. Det jo ganske mye der som må gå litt rundt, og så holde deg langs 60. Jeg var 3 sekunder raskere enn bare Jeg jo raskere med flere sekunder rundt.
Ja, men husk på, han sier P2 nå, det ikke han som nest raskest. Det P11 som Men han nesten et sekund treigere. Nei, han over et sekund treigere enn jeg. Men jeg skjønner ikke helt hvorfor han har pittet nå, for han pittet jo etter deg I sted. Så du relativt clear, så jeg kan vel sjekke det for ut. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor han pittet. Ikke peiling.
Han har bremsa litt sent.
Jeg så det. Første jeg så når jeg kom tilbake.
Skal ikke så mye tid uansett. Det virker som det noe GT3-trafikk her I hvert fall.
Ja, det det.
Kommer ikke forbi han foran meg nå, så...
Ok.
Da tror jeg han svingte litt inn, for jeg fikk ikke svingt mer til venstre I hvert fall. Nei, så gikk det skjedde ikke så mye.
Det var vel litt kombinasjon av at du sklei litt ut og han svinget tidlig inn.
Jeg skjønte at det sklei litt. Det blir vel neste og en til før jeg går inn.
Ja, 2 runder til.
Oi, oi.
Høyre, høyre, høyre.
Jeg så han klarte ikke å rette seg opp med.
Du har akkurat fylt til 2 runder.
Ja, så. Kan bare lyfte litt noen steder bare for å...
Det noe jeg gjør det I 2 skikaner, så har du gjort det. Ja. We don't have the ability to save fuel. It's too late for us to save any fuel for an extra lap. But we don't think it will dry fast enough, so we are trying to go for another run on the wets. And we'll see how it goes.
Jeg tror faktisk det kan være lurt å bytte til det.
Jeg tror det går.
Jeg vet ikke.
Vi har en halv runde igjen, så vi får se hva det ser ut da. Jeg tror det stor risiko, men...
Ja. Jeg betraktelig mye regn med minimum. Det regner ikke, det har stoppet regnet nå I hvert fall, på strekket her. Jeg trenger ikke å kjøre med...
Nei, det regner ikke, men det vått enda da.
Ja, det vått enda, men jeg tror jeg kan tørke veldig fort.
Alternativet å fylle halv tank og gå på våterdekking og se.
Jeg tror jeg nesten hadde lyst til å båle større her, egentlig. Jeg vet ikke. Men hvis du trykker inn på weather her, hvor båt står det banen her?
moderately wet enda.
Moderately wet.
Track wetnessen på overlayen sier 80%.
Jeg tror det fuktighet.
Nei, det står faktisk track wetness. Air humidity en annen.
Det er noen andre som går inn for Østre, så...
Ja, jeg skal prøve også. Det burde være et par biler som føres.
Det er mye standing water som bare har forsvunnet. Fortsatt litt bort til Børsøsten.
Ja.
Men det går jo betraktelig mye fortere nå.
Ja, det gjør det.
Jeg tror det begynner å gå med drag.
Det tror jeg også.
Du ser det her. Jeg tror vi går på regn, nei, tørre etterpå.
Jeg tror jeg også. Det jeg skal se nå hva P2 gjør.
Går det inn nå?
Ja. P2 gikk til tørre.
Ja.
Tørre dekk, full fuel, fortsatt samme vinger.
Jeg ringer ned 1 på 13 i hvert fall. Så får vi se. Men det er tørt nok til at vi bare setter den til vanlig. Ja.
Ja, det var 0 punkter under finne.
Jeg tror du kan bremse på tørre punkter overalt. Nesten i hvert fall. Vi ser hvordan det går. Ja, ja.
Husk at du har dårligere grep på tørre dekk da. Det begynner i hvert fall. Men vil du ned på 12 og kjøre litt roligere i starten?
Bare sett den på 13 foreløpig. Men P2 er på regn tørre, og jeg alle bytter litt tørre.
Ja.
Jeg har sett på tørre. Det skal ikke regne noe mer på værradaren når alt er borte.
Nei, ingenting på radaren. 0. Ifølge timer-greiene så er det 2 timer til det skal begynne å regne igjen.
Jeg tror det går til.
Da tar vi sjansen da.
Mye vann som ligger der borte. tørker opp noe helt sykt fort. Men er det flere som har gått over på TV?
Ja.
Ja, det er nesten dryline inn i Porsche. Og bare unngå vannet som ligger langs curb.
Men behold 13 som vinge.
Sett på 12. Hvis jeg
Det er
tørker
sant.
så fort som det faktisk gjør, så burde det ikke være noe problem å komme på.
Det er fortsatt 22 grader trekk den.
Ja, det er bare bra for det var jævlig.
Husk bitt. Husk rolig utrunde.
Jeg tror hosta er ganske greit.
Ja, det går fint. Perfekt.
Ta ordentlig forsiktig.
Ja, det må du gjøre.
Dette her burde være siste stintet mitt.
Og du er fortsatt P1. Herlig. Ta det rolig.
Jeg vant planen jo bare.
Pust. Takk. Var dette fryktelig dumt det, nå?
Mulig. Ja.
Skal jeg sette på en våte, så du går inn?
Nei, men jævla tulling! Han sendte meg inn i veggen.
Det gjorde han.
Nei, det der skal vi faen meg reporte. Nei, nå er det damage.
Skal jeg s...
Ja, oi, damage. Fy faen.
Skal jeg bruke
Ja,
fancy player, eller er det for lite damage til å bruke den?
Jeg vet ikke, det er skjevt ratt. Alle andre er fortsatt på våte.
Nei. P4 er på tørren.
Ja, men det går jo ikke an å kjøre på tørre. Det går faktisk ikke.
P3 jo står at det er tørt.
Ja, men da er det feil. Det går ikke å kjøre med tørt.
P4 er i hvert fall på tørren. Han er 12 sekunder tregere enn meg.
Ja, men vi må bytte til vårt, men det her går ikke.
Ja. Jeg har gjort det.
Det er jo en måte å fumble det ganske greit på.
Vil du ha 12 i vinge og fortsatt ha våtedekk da?
Ja, fortsatt holder vi.
Da tar du helt piano.
Jeg kan jo ikke svinge, det går ikke. Er det mulig?
Ja. We gambled on going to the dries, but that clearly was a mistake. It looked like the track were drying a lot faster than we first thought. So we gave it a try, but we have to go back in and put on the wets again. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, there they go again. Oh, that's the front wing gone now. Just don't touch the paint. Don't get on that paint. It just might be. They're really getting held up now. This is gonna get interesting. There's your leader. Well, thankfully, they've still got 20 hours and 18 minutes to go. You know, this race is not over by any means, any stretch of means. There is so much that can still happen in this race that could really turn their race around. And, you know, you just got to be prepared for it. These are the things that you encounter when you're competing in a 24-hour endurance race. These are things you don't see in a 2-3 hour NASCAR race, in a 2.5 hour Formula One race, in an hour and a half IndyCar race. These are things that can really just end your race in something like that. But in something like this, you've got the ample time to get it done. If a motor blows, it's going to take half an hour to fix. You've got the half an hour to fix it, and then you've got 19.5 hours to try and pull your race back. There is still so much that could happen, and as long as they're staying in the fight, they're not giving up yet. I would hope.
Yeah, looking at timing, Andrew, Duncan may actually pit this lap because they're on the same lap that North Sim Racing is on right here as far as their stint count goes. But I'm also seeing lap time starting to come down, which is signaling people might be starting to try slicks a little bit more, just like the 888 did. I still think it's probably 10-15 minutes early, but we'll see what happens. It looks like we're about 2 hours out from the next chance of any sort of weather. It's hard to tell at the moment based on the projection if that is going to actually be rain or potentially like a heavy fog dew setting in. It only is showing up for about 45-50 minutes, it looks like. And based on the fact that the wind forecast is also dropping, I would tend to lean towards it's going to be fog, but it is going to make it a little bit more slippery. You know, you may not go back to wets at that point, but you're gonna have to be cautious going offline. You may have to hit the wiper here and there type situation. We had that twice in Daytona, and it created some issues for people, especially on cold tires on outlaps. Well, especially when you have weather still as an unknown factor, right? Like if it rains again, you have 5, 6, 7 cars ahead of you go off, get, you know, blown motor, big damage, takes them a long time to repair. As long as you stay on the pavement and just keep turning laps, you can find yourself, even as one of the slower cars, finishing in the top half of the field. That's the biggest thing with endurance racing is, you know, the old saying of in order to finish first, you must first finish. Keeping that mentality, trying to stay consistent at whatever your comfortable pace is, will yield a big gain in the long run over trying to go out and run qualifying laps the whole time.
Absolutely. I think as you go further into this race, you need to just keep that lead building. You know, what's a full lap around Le Mans? It's somewhere in the 3-minute range, I believe. Yeah, so then even with a 45-second lead, call it a minute, rounded up by 15 seconds, you've got almost a quarter of a track on them. If not, you should have a quarter of a track on them back in the dry. So as we see that number 99 coming on into the pits, you know, I think we're going to see a lot more of that lead just expanding, in a sense, once we get back to a more dry track, we'll say. And you know, I think maybe we'll start seeing guys switch on to these dry tires a little bit more. And see, up on the jack.
You could risk it. I think it's probably 3 or 4 laps early still, looking at track conditions overall. But I am seeing people start to search for, you know, wetter portions of the track, trying to cool the tires back off. So it's really just how much you want to brave it.
Oh, big damage coming into the pits right now. I wouldn't think so. I saw a whole front end ripped off. I saw someone coming in. That's what I was trying to say. I was frantically searching to try and find what that car was for a moment. I thought it was an LMP2. That's some hefty damage. Thankfully, they do get a spare car. Oh my goodness.
almost looks like he got a puddle too out there, right at the edge of the track.
Just trying to get that car back through the gravel too. And the one thing that iRacing has really brought in, just to break the fourth wall for a moment, is that they've really brought in how these cars can get easily beached in the gravel traps and in the grass when it's raining now. So, you know, the fact that they kept that car rolling and kept it steady is a testament. There it is. Dips those left sides in right there, even just a tad. You don't have to do much, Andrew, and I think we can all know and speak on this. You do not have to do even just that much. Once that car hits, or at least the contact patch of the tire hits that patch of water, it's all gone from there.
Absolutely, because if you've taken that gamble and you don't have to come back in to change tires, you're gonna, effectively gain a pit stop on everybody. Watching the 44 here, I'm seeing a dry line forming, especially in the high-speed sections, but even down in the Dunlap, you can see a lighter kind of gray area. And it's about at that crossover point. Once you get heat in the tires, like right through here, you can see the line distinctly now. So you can definitely start to get heat building up into the slicks, and they'll come to life, and they should start getting a lot quicker in the next probably 2 laps. But for somebody like Duncan Dudes, they're so far out, they would rather run an extra lap or 2 and be safe on the wets, because they can afford to give up a little bit of time.
I think as the race goes on, you'll see that clean up a little bit. The more guys that run through it, you saw there was a little bit of that patch late in the apex, so it's not too much going to affect a lot of these guys. But, looking around the racetrack, Andrew, you can see it drying up. You can see the spray off these cars getting lesser and lesser as they roll through. And I think more and more drivers are going to start switching over to slicks. They are going to try and experiment with what's going on now. And, Mr. Shucker over here has given us quite a good, few good updates on the weather report. And these guys are going to be in dry conditions for upwards of about 2 hours going into the rest of this race. But, this is the big thing that I'm concerned with. And I'm going to switch gears here for a moment. Instead of talking about the dry, I'm going to go back to talking about the wet. These guys are going to start experiencing rain within the next 2 hours or so, and the sun is starting to set here. You can't fully see it, but it is starting to set. So they're going to be racing in the rain at night on a track that has no lights. Like this is part of road course racing, especially in certain aspects, is there's no track lighting like you see with oval racing, what I'm used to on an oval track. There's no lights. There's nothing going on around you other than maybe on the front straightaway a little bit, right by the start-finish line and all that, and in the pits. Everywhere else, you're relying on your lights. You're relying on headlight flashes to get by lap cars. You're relying on the fact that their backlights are working. It's going to create a whole sense of a whole new race going into the nighttime hours when it starts raining again.
Absolutely, but the thing I'm noticing too is that dry line that's forming, it's more than a car width open now. You're up to a car and a half, almost 2 cars wide in places. I've been following the leader, just kind of seeing what they're doing to get a grasp of the overall track. And the thing I'm noticing throughout the field is everybody's starting to use the curbing again. And that's a big sign to you that the pedals are going away and the grip's coming up. So I would absolutely start expecting to see cars diving into the pits in the next 1 to 2 laps, swapping over.
Goodness, I've been muted for a while. Anyways, I feel bad now. There's been so much going on. So what we're gonna do is we're going to stay on board here with Matthias, and we're going to show you a clip from the Split 3 broadcast and Marconi Entertainment. So take a look here. And we're going to play this. This occurred under their first safety car in hybrid kind of wet and dry conditions. I'll let you guys react to this one live.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That's not it.
Yeah, this compounded pretty quickly. It was a messy situation that race control had to step in for, but this is exactly the kind of danger that comes with racing in the rain. It's an art, and it can go wrong very quickly. That looked like maybe a hardware failure of some sort for that approaching hypercar. It's hard to say specifically what happened, at least from that view, but a thank you to those at Marconi Entertainment for covering Split 3, and that clip was posted in the Majors Discord as well. So hopefully that doesn't get repeated in any way. Now, up to our friends with Beta Frost 888. We were on board with them for a long time and heard their conversations, albeit in Norwegian. They have switched back to wets. Here they are now in 7th place. They're just ahead of Composite Performance in LMP2. There's Composite with Andrew Parker in the car. This is 7th and 8th on the racetrack at LMP2. Decent little battle. And I feel like now that we're getting back to drier conditions, I wouldn't say dry yet, or kind of in between, we could almost call these battles again, wouldn't you say?
Just about. Getting back into some fun little racing going on throughout the entirety of the field. I would like to think, as the track continues to dry out, that we may see a bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit more of a tango between drivers. You know, battles are fun, but a tango is a dance.
Pit stop here in LMP2 lead. Toretto's tune-ups come in, and Joe Zarkos will jump out of the car. The Netherlands driver Jeffrey Langerak will jump on board. Speaking of driver changes, driver change in Hypercar for the race lead. Matthew Bassett has jumped aboard the number 74 for the first time all race. So a 4-hour stint, more or less, for race leader, race pole sitter, Thomas, oh gosh, I already forgot his name. I feel bad now. I'm sure somebody can jump in here in a second, but regardless, first driver change for Duncan Dudes. And it looks like, hang on, are they still on wet tires? ATVO tells me slicks, but those almost look weight walled enough to call them wets. Those are slicks. So I think the hypercars are largely on slicks at this point. Actually, it's kind of split. So to run down what telemetry I can go through here, maybe it's a lesson for next time to have it displayed elsewhere, but it looks like the top 3 are on dry tires, slick tires. And this is in hypercar. So Duncan Dudes, Team WR, and Vesta Sport Green. Then 4th and 5th, Fury Sim Sport and North Sim Racing GTP Yellows seem to be on wets. And there's the trade-off, right? You see, sure, they're able to start rattling off better lap times and maximize the drier line, Duncan Dudes is, but missed the corner there at Dunlop. So very easy to still go offline. The rest of Hypercar, the next 3, 6th through 8th, they're on dries. 9th is on wets. 10th and 11th are on dries. 12th, 13th, and 14th are on wet tires. That's down through IFR Esports 717. And then it's kind of mixed bag from there. So it's relatively split decision in Hypercar, and it's overwhelmingly dry right now in GT3. A lot of those cars, I have a theory, Zach Shucker, but I'll defer to you as to why the GT3s might have gone full slicks much sooner.
Biggest thing is ABS. The aspect of going to slicks, you have to worry about tire locking under braking. Obviously you have less cornering ability, but the braking is your telltale of when can you make that swap over. And, you know, hypercars, LMP2s, your biggest concern is rear locking and spinning out. Obviously, you can always go a little bit deep into the corner. You know, we saw Duncan Dudes do it in the Dunlap chicane, right? You can go a little deep, go off, keep control. But if you lock the rear, you're along for the ride. And GT3s, they have a very sophisticated ABS system. So that affords them the ability to usually swap over 1 or 2 laps earlier, along with the aspect the cars are a little bit heavier, and softer compliance-wise compared to the spring rates of the prototypes. So they're able to generate tire temperature quicker.
Well, I think it's about time we revisit another team. This will be Aerocinetics Red. Zach Murtis, if you could jump down with them briefly and just make sure they're okay if we come down. Brandon Wilson currently behind the wheel here. And I want to hit these guys. Actually, I'm sorry. Brandon Wilson is in their Discord. Tyler Watson behind the wheel. I want to hit them because they had that issue early in the race. I'm not entirely clear now what happened to them as they passed their GT3 teammate. But they had an issue early in the race, fell behind, and are doing their best. You know, we talked earlier about never giving up, always having a chance to get back in the race. They sit right behind the entire LMP2 field, so they are on a recovery drive. They're trying to get back in this race, and I want to visit them. And Zach, are we going to go down?
Absolutely, they are ready and waiting for us.
Let's drop down with Brandon Wilson and Tyler Watson. And we'll pay Aerocinetics Red a visit here. So guys, we recall chronicling the issues you had earlier in this race. That really set you back. I think you were in some of the GT3 traffic for a while. Now you sit right behind all of the LMP2 cars. What's the recovery drive like from here? Can you get back up to the hypercars and give chase to those guys?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully through the night we're able to make up some places. We had an unfortunate incident when we were running really well towards the first few hours of the race. As the rain started to fall, I started to feel really confident in the car, and Tyler was doing a great job, and then we just got some unfortunate incident damage from an LMP2, and that kind of spiraled us down into the rabbit hole and just had a bunch of things go wrong after that. But we're still just keeping our heads up and pushing forward, seeing what we can get out of it.
I notice as far as the rain conversation goes, you guys are in a pretty precarious spot. You pitted just 4 laps ago and put wets on. When do you feel like you can come in and get dries and try to run some of those faster laps?
Well, we got 7 laps left in this stint, and it's definitely right on the edge for dries right now. Unfortunately, we made a stop to put on dries earlier because I guess our overlay glitched out and it said the leaders were on dries. I was like, but we went for it anyway, and it was not the correct call, so that didn't work. But yeah, we're vibing right now, just pushing on to the end.
And of course, we're relatively familiar with Aerocinetics. I was in the Discord for a long time. I have had some chats with Daniel Dennison, and Lucas Souza runs the North American Racing League on your guys' behalf. So what's the team operation like? And of course, you guys have the green team down in GT3. Is there any communication between cars, or are you guys kind of your own ships sailing out through these waters? Sometimes literally. What's that team mentality like?
Yeah, I think we're a pretty close-knit team, and we all support each other really well. The team is growing pretty much every week, it seems. We're always finding new guys, and it's a great team to be a part of. Dan does a really good job of giving us everything we need and, pushing us to join races like these and other leagues. And yeah, we're looking to grow our name a little bit.
So as you guys ride here in 20th position, we'll turn things back over to you guys. Business as usual. Feel free to have all the comms you need to, and we'll listen in and jump in where we might have a question or whatever, and just let you guys do your business.
Alrighty.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Right now I'm thinking it's okay time to switch.
You think so?
Yeah.
You can't see tire pressure, can you?
Not really.
Okay. Running
It's
the
red.
wet stuff for a little bit. Oh, is it?
It's red. Yep. Yeah, it's red. Alright, so I think we switch. If you want to switch over, I don't think we got to do it. I still have 6 laps, so we could skip on the fuel if you want.
You want to skip
Or
on
do the fuel.
instead of dries?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we might as well just do the tires too. Fuel and tires.
Yeah.
It's going to throw us off a little bit on the stint though. But that's okay.
Yeah, so just gotta...
Do you want to stay in?
yeah, I'll stay in.
Okay.
Oh, shit. We're good.
Good thing the gravel's wet.
Yeah. No, the pressures are way too high now. Like I'm starting to slide a lot more than before. And I'm noticing that I have no more contrail coming out of the back of the car.
Yeah.
So, and the wet line's pretty big now, so it doesn't really require as much precision. So I'm boxing right now.
Yeah, box.
Pit lane is still going to be a bit wetter than the track, so just remember that.
Alright, dries are on. Full fuel.
We're more or less on a strat of just whatever kind of comes our way.
Yeah. We'll be coming out in traffic.
Yeah.
Coming
Or even is,
GT.
where is P19 is my question.
No clue.
Should be a pretty quick pit stop because I'm only taking like half a tank. But yeah, I think I'd rather be on a full fuel just because then the car will be a little bit heavier, so if it is still a little bit slick, my out lap will be a little bit better with some weight. Dude, yeah, I was just letting you talk. I didn't know when to butt in. I was gonna say something because you started talking about the team, and I was gonna be like, yeah, coming into this, I wasn't very confident in where I was, and then I started practicing with you and Diago a lot, and I found like 3 seconds magically.
Got traffic on exit.
I see that. Trying to get out of the way without kind of getting too out of the way. Oh yeah, there's definitely grip.
Okay.
The yellow flag.
Yeah. Nothing in front of you.
Oh, something definitely in front of me.
Oh my
Holy.
gosh.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed the LMP2
Still went
sideways
to
on the track.
the Chase cam was not the move for that one.
No, I think
I think Blimp or Chopper would have been better there.
holy. These LMP2s are just trying to get us, dude. Oh my god,
Yeah.
another one about.
We must have a wanted poster somewhere.
Another yellow flag, but I think we're good because it went away. Oh yeah, much better.
Okay.
Doesn't feel that sketchy on the out lap. Still gonna take it semi-easy because I'm known to have issues where even if the out lap feels great, I start to push too hard, and then I realize that the out lap is still an out lap.
Yeah, just bring him up gently.
So I noticed you guys say you've had some LMP2 trouble, it sounds like. What is the challenge like? Obviously being the fast class here in the hypercar. I'll shut up for a second.
We're good. Go ahead.
Good catch. So what is that challenge like out on the racetrack, especially when you catch a whole pack of them?
I actually had that happen earlier in the wet coming out of Tech Rouge. I had a pack of 2 LMP2s dividing side by side with a GT3 while trying to hold off the guys from behind, and it definitely takes a lot of patience. And the main issue in the rain is kind of predictability as the line changes slightly. So everybody's going to try to favor more of the wet line, so now you have to kind of decide on where to go, and then when you make that move, you're going to have to just stay with it. So the big thing really is just kind of trying to pay attention and be patient, but you can't be too patient, as patience will also kill you, because you could sit behind a GT3 and quote unquote be patient for 7 corners, and now you've just lost 5 seconds. So there's a line of patience and I forget the word I'm looking for here, a line of patience, and then also like incentive to get around him as quick as possible. So you don't want to do anything dumb because that's race ending, but we've had decent okay with traffic. We just had like an incident with an LMP2 into the first chicane earlier where he just kind of turned into us, and just caused us to lose our front diffuser, which gave us absolutely no straight speed. So we had to kind of box and get that fixed, and then we had a few issues after that. So other than that, traffic so far has been alright. It's really just about being patient and I'm a big flasher, and if you watch a lot, I'm always flashing, just because I like to make sure 100% they know I'm there. So I always flash when I'm making the move or when I'm coming up behind them, not in a mean way or annoying way, because I know some guys will do it, see it, and just kind of block you purposely, thinking it's annoying. But it's mainly just more for my comfortability. Like, hey, I flashed you. Now you see me in your mirrors. You see where I am. So kind of now they know where I'm going. So I mean, everybody has a different mindset when it comes to it. I like to kind of pre-plan my passes, so I'm always kind of paying attention to where the car is ahead of me, the lapper, and I try to kind of see how fast I'm catching and kind of play my pass and know what corner I'm going to get them in and try to make it happen in that corner the next, so that I can try not to lose as much time as possible. Because at the end of the day, we're all on the track racing our own races, so you can't be too patient and try not to ruin somebody else's race, because then you're just going to ruin yours, which is the tough part.
And I think it's fair to say that the realistic progression through sports car racing is typically through full-bodied GT cars. Sometimes you have the rarity of somebody taking the more prototype or open wheel ladder, but typically you get experience in the bigger bodied, heavier GT style cars before you go to prototypes. Does that experience come back into hand, so kind of what the GT car is planning on or expecting or whatever, because you've been in those shoes before? Do you have that experience? Do you fall back on that in those cases?
Yeah, I'll speak on that. I mean, I feel
Yeah, I'll let Brandon
in my-
speak on that.
in my
I kind of went the
iRacing-
prototype route.
Go ahead.
I went the prototype route, but for certain events, you do drive GT3s like 24-hour spa and such, so I always end up in them a little bit. But the big thing is training with teammates. Is when we were practicing with Aerocinetics, what I loved is we had open sessions, and I had we had everybody on track. We had a few LMP2 guys out there, you had a couple of the GTD guys out there, and LMP guys out there, and it just allows to kind of train in a racing environment, because all of us are on the track together, and while we're all kind of being more courteous, because we're all out there trying to go fast, we're still all running the racing line and pushing ourselves on the race pace in an open session. So it kind of gives you an idea of like, okay, this is where he is, he's got a good pace, and you can kind of figure it out there. And then, I mean, the lines aren't too different either, in my opinion. A lot of it's more entry and maybe corner speed, and a little bit of a difference in like apexing. But from what I've seen is the lines are very similar. So usually where you would go is kind of where you would expect a GTD to be, for me at least. And I've never really had any issues with traffic. Where I've gone into the back of a lapper and ruined their race. I'm usually pretty okay with traffic. I mean, from time to time you have your incidents where like you come up behind a lapper and it's a big kind of cluster of cars, and somebody breaks somebody, and then you end up down in the line and accidentally tap the rear of somebody. But some things are inevitable. But honestly, 50-50. I mean, it depends on your racing knowledge in general. I'm a bit of a geek, so I like to do a lot of research into things, and I've always kind of looked into videos and tried to, see where I can fix things and where I'm good at. And yeah, so, I mean, Brandon will probably have more input. He's got a bit more experience.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, when I started iRacing, I started off in like, of course we all go through the MX-5s, but this was like the peak of the GTE cars when I started, and the LMP1s. So I would kind of main those. So I've been doing multi-class for a very long time, so I'm honestly really comfortable in traffic. And like when I would do league races, I would hope for the traffic, because I use that as an opportunity to pull away from people, because I just find comfort in the traffic and being able to navigate it really quickly. But I don't know if you need to be in a GT car to like learn how to overtake GT cars. You can get a lot of that from just being patient and learning over time, because they are very different driving styles, the two cars. While the lines are similar, the driving styles are a lot different. Like you can place a LMP or LMDH car, these are, you can place them pretty much anywhere on the track. Now there are like one-line corners, especially in the wet, where like you have to be on it and confident in what you can do with the car if you want to overtake somebody. Like if you want to go around the outside in the Porsche curves, you have to know like the car is capable of doing it. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose 5 seconds sitting behind a GT3. So it's things like that, knowing your car and being comfortable with it in every condition really helps. Like, you're not guessing in any situation.
I guess my next wonderment, if you will, I mean, I've done my fair share of endurance races, we all have, I feel like, but for those maybe who are less experienced and in this transition that you're going into here, Tyler, references are changing, right? The sun is setting, shadows have elongated or disappeared entirely. A lot of the track right now is pretty dark, whether it's from the clouds overhead or just being in shade from, again, the sun setting. Are your references changing for brake markers, turn-in markers? What is that like? Is that challenging to you? Do you feel like you picked that up easy?
So I do a lot of practice. I tend to be a practice-holic, as I call myself. Like, I've done probably 1,000 laps on Le Mans this week. So my braking points most likely won't change, as I've have just enough muscle memory built in where I know kind of where I had to brake when I need to brake. I mean, you know, you always have maybe like a lapse of thought, especially as I get into the AMs, is, you know, that's kind of where I'm going to be at. I'll be up till like 4. So as I get in the AMs, it's really going to be more of a mental game of just making sure, you know, I'm mentally there and everything. But as far as losing my references, I think I'm pretty confident in the night. I like it a lot. I think the tricky part is going to be rain at night, as, you know, you won't really be able to see the dry line a lot now, and especially being at night, the track won't dry up as quick as it is now because you won't have that sun. Even though we had a little bit of the sun, it still helps a lot more than having absolutely no sun at all. So that'll definitely be the tricky part.
I guess one more question for you guys. Obviously, this is a worldwide event in this case. Many drivers from very many countries. 620 entries. They all have 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers. Where are you guys from? Sounds like the United States. I think that is what the graphic pulled up, but where specifically? The U.S. is a big, diverse country, so where do you guys come from? What's your experience been like getting into racing? Why are you into racing, especially sports car racing?
I'll let Brandon go first.
Yeah, I grew up in the South, around the Birmingham area, so I would always go to Barber and see all the Indy cars and motorbikes there and stuff like that. And then this summer I just moved up to Wisconsin. So now I only live like 45 minutes away from Road America, and, you know, racing has just always been a passion of mine since I was like 6 years old. I would always go to the motorcycle races and car races, and while I didn't get the opportunity to be a real-life racing driver, which the jury is still out, I just bought a track bike, so maybe I'll be able to race that in the coming year. But yeah, it's just been a passion of mine. I love it so much, and just pushing the limit and being precise, which racing calls you to do. Just adrenaline pumping. I love it.
Me, I'm from Florida, and very similar to Brandon. I grew up racing dirt bikes since I was 6, so I've always had that, again, like he said, that adrenaline rush and always seeking that adrenaline in that competitive environment. So recently I've gotten more out of it, as you know, school, college, things like that, as I'm turning 18, and you know, I just find a lot of that competitiveness in iRacing, and it's definitely something I love to do. You know, I feel like I get on here, and, you know, when I put my practice in, and I have to kind of really find the new limits, push myself, learn new things, you know, kind of just same thing as like a normal, like, you're always just pushing yourself. I mean, especially me, I'm sure you were listening earlier, but like I said, so like, I mean, this week alone, I have found just 3 seconds and learned so much just from the Aerokinetic team and Brandon himself, and working with Brandon and our other teammate, Diago, who will be here soon, but he is from Portugal, so time zones are a little different, which will actually play in our favor, as we'll have somebody to run nighttime who is going to be daytime for them. But yeah, so definitely I gotta agree with Brandon a lot. It's just that competitive environment and the push to always do better for me.
Brandon, I had a quick question for you. You
Yeah.
you gonna go to the IndyCar race at Road America tomorrow?
You know what? I probably would, but tomorrow is actually my 1-year anniversary, so my wife probably would not like that. But yeah, if I wasn't doing this race, I would definitely be at Road America tomorrow. And then on Monday, I actually have another track day on my race bike, so I'm gonna try to get as much sleep as I can during this race, so I'm not completely wiped out for Monday as well.
Yeah, Brandon gets to be lucky. He gets to go to sleep. But no, but I almost forgot. So I live an hour from Daytona, so I get to see the 24 hours of Daytona, and then in addition, with my motorcycle racing on dirt bikes, I get to actually race in Daytona Speedway for the Daytona Supercross that happens every year. So I'm there around that time. So and then I also get to go watch Sebring. So I get to watch 2 pretty big events, which are only like a few hours from where I live. So it's pretty nice. So.
Yeah, two pretty big events, just the Rolex 24 and the 12 hours of Sebring. That's pretty big for sure. Well, we'll sit back and I guess unless the two Zachs have any more questions for you guys, I'll at least sit back and let you guys get back to it for a few more minutes and then kind of go from there.
Alrighty.
Track feels pretty good now.
Yeah. You go off the main line, you get a lot of understeer.
Yeah.
Now waiting for Imran to get at least half a second before I impede my race. So it's usually the rule. What is the rule? Isn't it like half a second?
No, not in sports car. This isn't Formula 1. You can just you don't have to technically let them by.
Alright, I'm not gonna hold him up,
If
but
you
I'm
don't
not
want
just
to be
gonna
a jerk,
let him by.
then yeah, you can.
That won't be a jerk. What is this? Yeah, but why was he going? Did he crash? I didn't see a yellow flag.
Yeah, there was a yellow flag.
Oh.
Oh, he might have just spun it. Doesn't seem to have any damage. Yeah, his car's clean. It's probably spun.
Why are we so slow in the straight line?
Just slipstream. Pace is looking good. Keep it up.
Where is our other car, speaking of?
I think they're P4.
Because I don't see top 3.
No, they're 6 right now. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, I don't know if I should move or not. Like, he's not like god awfully faster than me.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
and
he
you're
has
still-
to slip
you're still
right now.
pulling away from P3.
No, I know. That's what I said. Like, I tend to be a bit of a dickhead because like I don't like to hold the impede. Because I mean we had a lot of unfortunate, but like I know where we should be in pace-wise. So like there's a limit to where like I'm gonna move at a point. But I mean, I gotta watch the puddle on the entry. I'm getting a lot of understeer
Yeah.
from it.
Keep like half a car off those apexes. Bunch of puddles. Yeah, no, your pace is good. Good enough for like top 3, really. It's just the thing about endurance racing.
I'm not gonna block if he goes for a dive on the inside. I'll let him have it, but I'm not gonna mean, we're on a pretty hard push trying to gain as much as we can, so I'm not going to keep moving and impeding every single lap by like 10 seconds.
If he gets a nose in you on the Los Angeles, just let him go. But don't get out of your way. Fell back again.
That's what I mean. It's hard to tell. He keeps
He's not
going
doing
back,
himself
forward,
any
back,
favors.
forward. Like, it's hard. Like, he'll get me, get up on me on the straight to the slipstream, but then, okay, now what? Now he's gonna have more entry speed, so he's gonna pass me, obviously, but now I'll have to pass him back.
Yeah.
So he keeps going back and forth. And now he's gonna flash me, but I'm not moving, because I'm faster. It's clear as day. It's just, he just, once he can keep it on track, then okay. But again, I'm able to maintain, like, I don't know. It's tricky, unless a steward comes in and tells me to move. I mean, he hasn't even put a nose in or tried to make a pass on me yet, and I haven't just been blocking, I've been just running my normal line, so. Okay, I mean, I can't even brake early because he just backs out, so it's like, okay, now what?
How's your fuel target?
I got about 7.343. Using about 7.1. I don't know what the normal average is.
Yeah, 7.1's fine for 12 laps.
7.19.
Yeah, that's good.
So I should be good. But I'm really more worried about just kind of pushing. Because I struggle with keeping that flow with fuel saving. I've practiced it all week, but I just can't seem to do it. If I mess up like my normal flow with my muscle memory and try to fuel save, I always end up going too slow or just overdoing it.
Catching keeps it. Nice shot.
That's not good.
Still wet over there.
Yeah, that paint is deadly. You know, I would have been able to save it, but I went a little too far onto that blue paint, and it just starts to pull the car.
Yeah.
There's really no fighting it. If you try to fight it, it's gonna spin, so I just have to let it take it. He doesn't seem horribly slow, so I gotta actually probably sit behind him and try to just use his draft.
Yeah, and he's fast on the straight. He's probably running a little less wing.
Hmm.
Soon we'll be back ahead of all the LMP2s. We're still a lap down from the LMP2
No, yeah.
leaders.
It ain't gonna happen this stint or the next thing. It's gonna be like the stints in like 6 hours if all these stints go good. And that's the big thing about endurance racing. You're not really racing for the stint right now. You're racing to try to line yourself up to have anything happen in like a stint for like 2 to 3 stints from now.
Yeah.
Whether that's with pit stops, fuel saving.
It's hard to keep that in mind too, like, cause when you don't do a lot of like 24-hour or even just long races, you do like the, you know, the IMSA endurance, which is like 2.5 hours and things like that.
Yeah, well that's what I talked to you about earlier. It's like you really don't get, you have Daytona, Nürburgring, and this.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it for 24. Like the most we do is 12 hours of Sebring.
Mindset. Yeah, it's such a different mindset.
It's like hard, like you know it's 24 hours, but like the feeling, like you really, like you always underestimate the amount of time or overestimate it, or like you try to like compare it to like a 12 hours or something.
Yeah, where like a couple moves could make your race. But like in this, it largely won't make your race or hurt your race.
That's wet.
It's hard. Yeah, it's a little wet.
Holy shit.
You should be
I
safe.
can't see.
Back up, back up, back up. Alright, you're good.
I'm beached.
How are you beached? No, you're just in water.
There we go. Thought I was beached. Well, I was flooring it. I wasn't moving.
Yeah, you're just spinning tires. You're in the puddle.
That was sketchy. At least we were out of the wall. Holy.
Don't worry, we definitely weren't on broadcast for that.
Oh no, I know we are. Oh yeah, no. No, don't make me bring up your Indianapolis moment, Brandon. You want to tell them why we don't have a fast repair, or you want me to?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. We won't bring up your Indianapolis moment.
Oh boy.
So I got a question for you guys. After sitting here listening to you talk about the differences in 6 12-hour races versus 24s, at what point in the race do you feel like you have to kind of do that switch from being cautiously aggressive to just turning it on, and you gotta try to go forward as much as you can?
If you ask me that like at the start of the race, I'd probably say like, I don't know, with the last 6 hours remaining is where you can like start pushing, I think.
You ask us now, it's right now,
like
pretty much.
After you get through the night, make it through the night. But I feel like a lot of this is just a learning process, and we haven't done a ton of 24-hour races just because there's not a lot, and it is such a big commitment. Like, I'm married and 26 years old and I have a day job, so I can't always do 24-hour races. But like I learned a lot just from Daytona, actually, like how important it is to hit your fuel targets, because that was the first one I'd done in a while, and I thought it'd be a fine strategy to just push as hard as I can the whole way. And sure, like I gained a lot of positions, but in the end I could have gained more if like I hit my fuel targets and was consistent that way and got the extra lap. So it's definitely it's a process. Like now I'd probably say like the last 4 hours is probably when you start pushing. But I think the weather is going to be like wet towards the end, so I guess make it through that last wet session and then start pushing. But I think it's all dependent.
I think it's driver style dependent too. I am a bit of a pusher all the time. It's just how I drive. If I try to drive easy, I tend to make more mistakes. So I'm usually pretty aggressive and pushing pretty hard all the time. while trying to hit that fuel target. So, but Brandon's able to go and do the same thing I can do while pushing pretty hard, while fuel saving and go a little bit faster. So it's just driver style. He's a bit smoother than I am sometimes.
So if it was gonna, remain dry through we'll say the last 12 hours of the race, at what point do you start trying to kind of back time it, see where you are on pit stops, and try to start thinking about, do you just keep running your stints out? Do you, shorten the stint by a lap here and there just to optimize your pit strategy to the end?
I think you always got to keep that in mind.
It's kind of hard. I feel like it kind of depends on how your race is going. For us,
Yeah.
in my mind, I mean, I'm starting my push now. Like anytime I'm in the car, I mean, I'm always going to be a little bit fuel saving because we're still trying to hit that 12 lap target goal. But I want to be pushing pretty hard from here on out to try to see if we can, because we have time, but like, I mean, we're a little bit farther back than I'm more comfortable with. So I mean, we had a moment in Indianapolis, which shut us back like a lap or two, but then we had another moment. So I think being where we are now, my mind, I kind of want to start doing a bit more pushing. I mean, still kind of keep that fuel save in mind and lifting a little early in some of the corners where you can do that without losing time. But like, I'm not overly focused on I'm more worried about my raw pace right now and trying to make sure I'm staying within like a second faster or a second slower than what everybody else, or the fastest lap on track. Like for example, Leo did a 33. I would try to keep my pace either at a 33 or 34. I ran a 35 last lap. Horrible. But it's a work in progress.
I think a really good way to measure it is like, most oftentimes the car will tell you when it'll let you push it. Like,
Whoa,
the first few laps of the stint, the first half of the stint, the car's pretty heavy, a lot of fuel on board. You're gonna kill your tires if you push too early. Whereas the last 6 laps, if you do a good job of keeping the tires in check for the first half of it, it'll allow you to push it for the last half. So I think that's more where I kind of put my push and save tactics in, is like what the car wants to do. Less so on the time left in the race. I try to segment it down to my stints, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Usually start slower and then usually ticking off time cons. Like that's the thing I'm good at. Like especially during like the IMSA sprint races, like everybody starts off a bit slower and then slowly ticks off time. Where like throughout the whole race, I'm always ticking off half a second a lap, second a lap. I'm always getting faster and faster every single lap. And some people struggle and like they'll hit a target and kind of have to just stay there. But I'm usually pretty decent at being able to slowly get faster, which a lot of that's, like Brandon said, better tires now and more optimal fuel for going faster, which comes from, like you said, just tire saving. You don't want to, if you can minimize spin outs and things like that on the first few laps, then you're pretty much golden to kind of push pretty hard your stint. But if you kind of destroy your tires on those first like 1, 2, or 3 laps, now you kind of really have to worry about losing your rear a lot, and especially your front through like the Porsche curbs and things, because that's like the biggest thing in my opinion on this track is Porsche curbs. If you overdo your rears, you will lose your rear tires to the Porsche curbs and lose half second. I mean, shoot, I think Brandon, you think you could lose like what if you had horrible tire management? I think you could lose maybe, if it was horrible enough, you could lose almost 2-3 seconds to the Porsche curbs if you really did destroy your tires.
Yeah, especially early on when the track was hot, like for qualifying, when the track was like 120 degrees Fahrenheit, you could not push hard for the first 3 laps if you wanted to have good tires for the 4th lap, where the tires are like at their optimal temperature and pressure. So it's definitely a balance.
Yeah, I think nighttimes, that's why nighttimes are always kind of so fast right off the bat, just because the track. Now here, there's a chance of rain at night, so it might switch it up, but like a normal nighttime with no rain is usually where everybody loves, because it's just the track's like nice and cold, and you can pretty much push from start to finish, and your tires pretty much have grip the whole time. You don't have to worry about the overheat or anything like that, because the track's temp and everything's just nice and cold.
Well, it's been a lot of fun sitting here. I'll let you go. Go ahead, Zach.
I was just gonna ask, do you find traffic, and especially GT traffic, a big factor into helping manage the tires and fuel too throughout the stint?
Yeah, definitely using traffic as an opportunity to fuel save at points is it's a big help. A lot of people try to rush their way through it, and others try to use it as an opportunity to save fuel or save tires.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a lot of fun sitting in with you guys. I appreciate your graciousness and allowing us to sit in and listen, and even through that spin in the Ford chicanes. Hey, never happened. Never happened.
Water, you know. Yeah, it never happened, you know. Well, I just saw the guy in front of me do it, and I've been weary of it. I think guys every time I come by, but I just didn't come out of it quick enough, and I nicked the curb, which happened to still be wet. And well, even though usually you can hit the curb and be fine, it just happened the curb was wet, and so was right all around the curb. So when I hit it, it just kind of spun the wheel off the curb and just sent me sideways. But as long as we don't hit the wall, then you know, everything's fine and dandy.
Absolutely. Those little spins are very common in this kind of racing, so no worries there. Best of luck the rest of the night, and hopefully we're talking to you guys on the far side of our coverage break.
Yeah, don't be scared to come in at 4 a.m. You know, I'll be in there. So.
Sounds good. We'll need it, because dude, I remember last year was a challenge to stay awake. I know it will be again this year, so we'll definitely rely on it. I appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Alrighty.
Good luck
Thank
to you guys as well.
That's been Aerocinetics. We'll jump back up to our broadcast booth here and check back in with everything around the racetrack, because we sat in there for some time with Aerocinetics, and we want to obviously pay attention to the rest of the field here. So let's see, move Zach back in here, both Zachs. There we go, and let's kind of recap what's going on around the rest of the racetrack. Duncan Dudes continues to lead up in Hypercar, no change there. Team DWR, second place still. They have changed drivers. They now have Imran Azar behind the wheel of their BMW. Vesta Sport Green, driving for them will be Alessandro Girardin from Italy. Basic Ollie is still behind the wheel for Team BRT, and it has been a very impressive comeback. This is another team I wish we could talk to mid-race. He is streaming his perspective. We might pull that up here soon, but he has put together an amazing drive to come back through this field. If we pull up their stats here, as low as 7th at one point, and that doesn't tell the whole story. That's only since we came back, actually, since the rains. So they were down. I mean, they started 12th. They were down to the bottom end of Hypercar and have recovered. So this is a really, really cool drive. North Sim Racing GTP Yellow makes up the remainder of the top 5 with Giuseppe Morelli behind the wheel. We'll go through the rest of the top 10, then flip over to LMP2 as Fury Simsport sits in the 6th position here in Hypercar. Matthias Thames still behind the wheel out of the Netherlands in that Ferrari. Down in 7th, it's Delta V Racing 111, Benjamin Cara out of France. DLR SimLab runs in the 8th spot. That is Mattis Witten behind the wheel. The J's and Scandinavian names always throw me off, but he's out of the Netherlands. He runs 8th currently, as it looks like we have a pit stop from Team DWR. We're right in between a pit cycle, actually, for Hypercar, so interesting timing. They dropped to 3rd for now, but should cycle back out to 2nd later. But down in 9th, it's DPR Racing 979, Scott Sislowski out of Australia. And to complete the top 10 before flipping over to Zach Murtis with the LMP2 category, it'll be Flynn Krul out of Germany behind the wheel of this Ferrari for DG Racing. Moving on down to LMP2, Zach Murtis, what have you got?
LMP2, we've got Hello Twitch leading that LMP2 category, and oh my goodness, Andrew, you're gonna take from what you were just talking about with trying to pronounce names and throw it over to me. And how did you pronounce this last name earlier from Anton?
Anton Tokbulatov.
Bulatov. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember that a little bit, but he's currently leading the way in the LMP2 category. They've got a healthy lead of 2 minutes and 15 seconds over Jeffrey Langerak. Langerak? Oh my goodness. It's the Netherlands names that are gonna throw me off, but they're currently sitting in the second spot in the LMP2 category position. Third on down the road, that's going to be North Sim Racing P217 Gold. They are running in the third spot in the LMP2 category. That's Mo Islam in the race car right now, and they're just a little bit further down. Not too much further down, but definitely a little bit further down the running order. It plays back into what Andrew was talking about with the rendering coming into play and how far back these guys are compared on the ticker. Moving on down the running order just a little bit more, Zachary Rivard in the composite performance number 11 racing machine. They're running in the fourth spot. And to complete your top five, it's the Samantha Tan Racing X World of Racing car, that number 55, and that is Michelle Sangali? Oh my goodness. In that number 55, Delara E127 racing machine. But, you know, there's definitely a lot more. You got the Fury SimSport Blue running in the sixth spot. Beta Force 888, we checked in with them already, Andrew. They're trying to get back on a recovery drive at the moment. That is Cody Cosford in the Aztec racing machine running in the sixth spot. Well, yeah, no, that is the sixth spot, I believe. No, that's the seventh spot.
No, you had sixth. You had sixth. I'm flipping down between them as you go. I think you might have fewer cars drawn, possibly.
That is actually potentially true. I think my render and my cars drawn is a little different, but Focus Racing is running in that seventh spot with Duarte Suarez.
It's good enough for me.
I feel like I've said that right. Running down in the eighth spot, though, is Tyler Leclerc, and that is in the Three Oceans racing machine in that LMP2 category. Ninth on the board, though, following right behind them, you've got Dave Dam in the Fury SimSport Blue, and in the 10th spot, right behind him, it's another Beta Frost 888. That's Christian Setrahag. Oh my goodness. I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can. You've told me before, Andrew, confidence is key, even if you may be mispronouncing it a little wrong. But, you know, further down the running order, just one further spot down in the 11th spot, that's the Beach Pushrod racing machine. That's Ian Brosfield in that number 82 racing machine. And then in the 12th spot, you've got Tim Hancock in Momentum Motorsports, number 78. So that should take care of Nelson Clemente and the NGC by Margin D. Arrada. I think I've said that right. It seems French to me, in the number 13th spot down the running order, and I believe that should be all of the LMP2 category racing machines. So I'm going to throw it over to Mr. Zach Shucker and let him try to pronounce all these names in the GT3 category.
Oh, thank you. So, looks like GT3, our current leaders, Evolution Racing Team, with Matthew Bowler behind the wheel, number 99 car. Second, you have Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, who dropped a little bit, with Bradley Ratui. I'm not good with English. It's not my strong suit.
You speak English.
Math is better. Team Unknown 403 is your current number 3 place car with Vladimir behind the wheel. You have Jordan in the Aerocinetics Green GT3 car, followed closely by Michael in the Mac Racing car. Sixth place we have Arctic SimSport with Mikkel Sigard in the car. I believe they are on Outlap too. Undercut Racing Team Red with Remay in the car. In 7th place, you have the other Arctic SimSport Academy car with Linus Donovan in the car. Not too far behind, you have Echelon SimSport GT3 Black with Spencer currently running P9. 10th place, you have Impact SimSport Blue with Mr. Daniel Mills behind the wheel at the moment. And
this is actually the team that we'll come to next, as I'll send Zach Burtis down there in just a couple minutes to check in with them before we move down. But they run 10th currently here in GT3, and that'll kind of, I guess, cover up or wrap up our run through the field at the moment. There's about 20 cars in Hypercar and GT3 still running, so we'll do the top 10s for those. There's still plenty of other teams. You can catch them on the rest of the ticker. But yeah, a lot of cars to go through in each one of those categories. A couple other things to talk about as we conclude our 5th hour of racing here at Le Mans. Let's go through it. Of course, we had the majors points that we talked about earlier. Here's a look at them here. Not too much of bearing really on this race, but if you follow the major series closely, this is still important. We'll of course go back over these before the Grand Prix of Miami in a few weeks in July, but this is how things stand with Nathan Dowd on top, Christian Challenger second, Dallas Pataska third, he's a majors garage builder, Robert Nash in fourth, and the rest of the top 24 down in the Americas split or Americas region, if you will, for the major series. And of course their full schedule, hopefully this race persuades some new drivers to take part in the back half of the season and become some of those drivers on that point standings graphic, because we have the Grand Prix of Miami coming up at Homestead Miami Speedway on the Oval. We have the World Series of Asphalt in August with the super late model here on Pit Stop TV. That's very much home to us. Then Petit Le Mans, when we go to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta down in Braselton, Georgia, with these same car classes. Then the NASCAR Next Gen race, the Southern 500. That is right in our alley as well. Then we head out to the mountain, the Bathurst 500 in October, and finally the Japanese Grand Prix with Super Formula for our first coverage of Super Formula racing here on Pit Stop TV to conclude the major series here in 2025. Also want to talk about what's upcoming here at Pit Stop TV during this quick break from some of the action. Of course, we have the Sunday portion of our coverage, our race ending coverage, if you will, for the Majors 24, beginning around 3 a.m. Eastern. But then next Thursday, or this coming Thursday rather, we head out to Mugello with the North American Racing League. It'll be race 1 of the North American Racing League in season number 8. So a very important round coming up very soon. It'll be our first trip out to Mugello Circuit here at Pit Stop TV as well. So a lot of firsts coming up soon. And then the Impel Motorsports National Tour will take us into July at the Slinger Speedway for the Cody Williams Design Slinger National. Should be a lot of fun. And that'll take us much closer to the Grand Prix of Miami. That'll be July 20th. So it's a little bit of a light summer. We have a lot of real-life things happen. Of course, Zach Murtis and I both take part in very different ways, but take part in the Cookout Summer Shootout at Charlotte Motor Speedway, held on Flow Racing. I'm part of the broadcast team, and Zach races. So, definitely... Yeah, definitely very different sides of the catch fence, but a lot of fun for sure down at Charlotte on Tuesdays, and that's kind of slowing us down a little bit through the course of the summer. There have been a couple of position changes through Hypercar. Vesta Sport Green has officially taken second place as they are close to the same strategy as Team DWR in that number 80. So Vesta Sport has really come alive these last couple of hours and driven up to that second position. I'm sure there might have been a mistake or two from DWR, maybe an extra pit stop for drives maybe to facilitate this pass, but they are 2 minutes and 15 seconds back of Duncan Dudes. It is a large lead right now, not quite a full lap, but a large lead for Duncan Dudes currently. And it's worth mentioning, a lot of splits across the service today have already seen their first safety car. We have not. We have not yet hit a safety car, virtual safety car here in the Majors 24 in split number 2. Split 1, 3, 4, all the other broadcast splits, they each have had a safety car. We have not. So that is a big, big difference, distinction.
You better knock on wood.
Hey, you know I'm the chaos bringer. You know I welcome it. So,
oh boy.
Yes, I the bringer of chaos. I love the caution periods. I think it's very unique how the major series does it, and I'm looking forward to it. But Zach, Murtis anyway, I'm going to send you down to check in with 10th place Impact Sim Sports Blue and Daniel Mills behind the wheel before we check in with them.
4 on that, good buddy. I'm a running on down.
And to recap the team we were with before, Aerocinetics Red, Brandon Wilson had to jump in very quickly as Tyler Watson had a connection drop. They've held on to their position but have lost about a minute or so to the rest of the LMP2 field as they try to pass the LMP2 field and get back to their hypercar counterparts. I want to give a big shout out, of course, to Majors Garage, supplying a ton of baseline setups for all of these drivers and teams to use this weekend. Obviously, the GT3 effort was a big push. Very short time to get those setups tuned in, but they've done a great job. Also want to give a big shout out to our partners here at Pit Stop TV, Whiplash SimCams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. And after we talk with Impact, we will be having a quick Driver of the Day vote to wrap up our portion of coverage here on this calendar day, and then we'll have a second vote in the second portion of coverage later on tomorrow. But Zach Murtis, have you heard back?
Yeah, they're all ready for us, and before we hop over, I now have a question that I probably should have asked you when we had our little team brief last night before we got into this and had a great time, and because we're having an absolute blast like we did last year, Andrew. But you say we're gonna do driver of the day vote, but we've never really done a driver of the day vote with multi-class racing. So would there be like a team of the day vote, or are we specifically sticking with a driver of the day vote?
Well, yeah, so multi-class we've done, multi-driver we've not. So you raise a very good point. I suppose we'll have to go by team. I won't be able to select, like, I'll pull up the graphic, for example. If I keep, for example, Aerocinetics Red selected, it's going to display the driver. Maybe I can work on that overnight to change that, but we'll select the team so far, and just the driver in the car will be represented. That's a great question, actually. I'm glad you asked that, and I'm glad we got to go over that before we find ourselves in that little boat in an hour or so. But
rather ask the question than be in the pickle first.
Oh, absolutely. Let's go ahead and ship on down, though, to now 9th place in GT3, Impact Sim Sport Blue. And we'll jump down and connect with Impact Sim Sport Blue. You guys have had what seems to be an eventful race. I'm not sure if your paint is loading on our end. Trading Paints has had an interesting morning and afternoon now, but you guys sit 10th. How's your race gone so far?
Good, honestly. I think, like, we started kind of towards the back. We weren't really sure kind of what the race was holding for us, and Tom and Richie put on 2 killer starting stints, so trying to hold that up for him. Go ahead, Richie.
I mean, yeah, Tom had an okay qualifying, had a very good start to the race, and in my stint, I messed up quite a bit because of the rain. The pace was there, it was just like the change in conditions that made it so hard. But now, obviously, Daniel sits in the car and takes us from P13 to P9, so that's been lovely.
And obviously, sitting in GT3, it's tricky to try and facilitate these passes because you get overzealous hypercar drivers at times, and even if they're not an overzealous driver, they might make an odd move or two, and LMP2, much of the same, just a massive speed difference at times. So how do you guys, in your position in GT3, trying to race against, I mean, you just made a pass for 9th, trying to come back through the field, how do you guys manage that? Of course, cars come up in your mirrors, likely flashing you, especially going to the nighttime hours. That's going to make a huge difference. So what is that like? How do you manage that? I guess I'll ask Daniel since you're in the car.
Yeah, honestly for me, like, I just try and be super observant and cautious to it, like, because I don't want to get in anybody else's way, and I know nobody's trying to ruin my race. So, like, as long as, you know, everybody's kind of holding hands on that, it makes it a lot easier to kind of work your way around traffic through it and people working around you.
And you know, everybody's on slicks now, of course, but what was that transition like, trying to test out if you could go to slicks? Did you go to slicks too early? Did you come off of wets at the right time? You know, what was that like, both going onto and off of wets?
We actually timed it really well with Richie's pit, and honestly, the first half a lap on dries was a little scary, and then since then was pretty easy. I would say like Richie got the worst of the rain transition, so.
And so being GT3 stints, you know, close to an hour, you guys have probably gone through 2 driver changes to this point?
Yeah, sorry. As I give myself a slowdown. Yeah, I'm the third one sitting now, so we had Tom start for us, and then Richie do the rain stint, and then I'm coming up and handing the car off to our fourth guy.
So Tom, I'll ask you, since you started the race, what was it like out there? Obviously, at this point, you're kind of just observing track conditions, but from your experience earlier to your observations now, how much has this track changed?
Well, I had a nice and dry track at the beginning, so I didn't have to struggle so much. But yeah, now there's still quite some puddles around, but mostly dry again, I guess.
And I'm assuming Gareth is next in the car then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, he's back.
So I'll bounce over to you quickly, Gareth, and then I'll let you guys go back to your normal comms, unless one of the Zacks has any questions. Fair enough. So obviously, Gareth, you've got your stint coming up, driving likely into darkness, or close to it if not. What kind of prep goes into that? If the team is handing off to you into darkness, obviously they must trust you, so do you go through extra nighttime driving? Do you go through extra transition driving specifically because you might get some weird sight lines at times? How different is that? What is that like? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely practice those transitions. Track temps change a lot through that as well. Just you want to try and acclimatise to that. And yeah, the low light is sometimes a struggle as well. It kind of catches you off guard. But I live in Scotland, mate, so it's dark 9 months of the year. We have like really bad conditions like that light most of the time. So, and it's cold and it rains a lot here. So, bring on the rain.
So you're right at home then?
Right at home.
Well, sounds good. I'll also go over to Zach Murders, and then I think we'll just kind of sit back and listen to you guys for a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to check in with you guys real quick about really one of the big pressing matters that has been on my mind. So as we roll into the twilight hours here at Le Mans, you guys are getting ready to start your nighttime stint. You know, how do you guys feel like this is going to fare with the potential for rain coming in towards the nighttime hours? You're going to be running in the rain at night. You're going to be tired. You know, you guys are going to have to be floating back and forth on bed shifts. How exactly do you think you're going to be faring rolling into these nighttime hours?
We are all old and hardened, and we've been through a few rounds of this type of stuff before, so we know what we signed up for. We know what we're getting into. We love this stuff.
That's great to hear, but I will let you guys get after it, and we'll take a step back and let you focus on racing into the twilight hours here at Le Mans.
Yep.
Thanks, dude.
Awesome, thanks guys. Gareth, how's your wheel feeling? Like, do you get it?
All good, mate. Yeah,
get it all
good.
sorted?
I'm doing some
Awesome.
laps and stuff now. Yeah, it's weird. It's good timing that I've got my order for the Sim Magic wheel all in a basket ready for next Friday.
Oh, there we go. Love that.
I think you've got, how many laps do you have, Dan?
8. 7. 7 or 8. Something like that.
Right.
Figured out.
Yeah.
I'll look when I'm not white knuckling it through these turns.
Yeah.
I know you've done well to speak diplomatically whilst sending it.
Alright, I've gotten like 2 slowdowns now doing it.
So I think we should be all clear for the next like 30 minutes in terms of rain, and then it's back to rain 100%. So I don't know if Gareth, if you've got enough practice. What do you want? What do you think?
Oh, I thought you were going in after Daniel, but I can go in the rain.
Up to you. I can go in. I don't mind. It only
Yeah,
lasts like half an hour, so I reckon one stint.
Yeah, cool. Crack on, man. You
Yeah.
sounds like you were flying earlier on today, so yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah, quite literally. Maybe when I had the spins.
Gareth, you just say crack a cold one? Because I'm down.
Oh, I think we should. Nah, I'm
Cheeky.
such a lightweight. I'll be drunk by like.
Cheeky lads. Alright, Dan, I'm ready for when you come in.
Alright, cool. I think I got the pit all set up. Should be?
Yeah.
Yeah, should be good. And then the setup's back to dry conditions, so if you want to do the
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
the ARB and stuff.
Yeah.
Did you hear from Dex? Did Dex give you some good advice?
Yeah, he wrote me a whole like long thing about it, so we have some.
Nice.
I was like making fun of him. Like Dex is literally sitting in the channel below us and won't respond to me. And I realized it was because he was typing me a novel. It's like, oh, he's really giving me the details.
Yeah, so 30 minutes of rain, and then it looks like 1 AM. We've got some light rain again.
So I reckon you can, after my stint, you can do like a double stint,
To the
and
rain.
we can just So that'll be okay then. I think that works out.
Yeah, sounds good. Interesting conditions at the end of the race too. A little bit of rain for half an hour.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Is there a dry spot in the middle? I didn't really look too much at the.
Yeah, it's kind of like patchy weather. Like, yeah, dry for an hour and a bit, and then a bit of rain.
Oh,
Just
okay.
kinda continues. We've got a good dry spell at the end, so a big push at the end. We need to make sure you're Adderalled up time for the end.
Start juicing up, dude.
Or Tom.
Hell
Maybe
yeah.
Tom as well. Tom might become.
Yeah, Tom for sure. Tom's faster than me around here. Put him in the car.
He was flying last night.
Yeah.
I don't get myself some front damage again.
Aero adjustment is what Eric says. I like that phrase. So yeah, you just made an aero adjustment to the car.
Fair enough, man.
I'll get the pit crew back out there with the hammers and duct tape.
Let's go.
Just fell asleep trying to turn in.
Yeah, I've had my share bits of those ones.
It was like I was like going to turn in, and then my hands just didn't do what I told them to do.
Nice one.
Told you I'd find the water.
Yeah. Man, what do you think I should do for my stint? Do I put it on reds or dries?
Give it a couple more laps and keep looking at the radar.
Because it does say like 100% rain from 10 PM, but it's only till like 10:30.
Put the
So
right tires on for what the track conditions are right now.
Yeah, I think we just play it by ear again, like we did last time, and just if it starts looking like you're gonna get in the car and it's gonna be spitting down, then
I mean, yeah.
look to
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Yeah, look to see.
If the rain's like imminently about to hit the track, then obviously go on to wets. But that caught me and Tom short at Daytona. I kind of talked him into going on to wets when it was still dry, and it was not good.
Yeah, we did that at Thirst, and it was not it.
I did that at Daytona as well. But yeah, Dan, let me know by like your final lap, how you feel, and we'll just go from there.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the weather too, because it's about 30 minutes, so I'll just keep an eye on it.
Sound good.
I just feel so bad, like going back to the middle, and there's like someone behind. I'm like, I'm just watching them behind me. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry. I'm the problem. Alright, now I'm getting flashbanged by the sunset.
They really need to put an update where you can bind a button to like put the guy's hand up.
Yeah. Have one of those
Put
flip
on
down
sunglasses.
sun visors. Yes.
Yeah.
Little sun visor. You know it's bad when I'm sitting in my rig with my hand up trying to block it out.
Oh man, you think the sun is bad? Like when you're driving behind 2 GTPs in the rain, that is some trauma.
The ultimate flashbang.
Yeah.
I think you can just like hit everything like normal right now, but then I go into that first section and I have PTSD.
See, I'm just scared like how it's going to be for like the first half, and how it's going to be for the second half, because it's half the time it's 100% rain and half the time it's dry. But I don't know how quickly the track is going to be dry.
Has there
think
been
it's
a lot
gonna
of
get-
retirements? Because if there's still like 55 plus cars hammering around, it should dissipate the rain quite well.
I don't think there's been very many, if any.
I
So
guess
I
because
I
we.
managed to catch the start. There was a big a GT3, two GT3s got taken out by a GTP at the start.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
like under the first big lap around. I think that's why you made two places. They got fucked up coming into 14, 15.
Oh, okay. Hey, we take freebies. On track passes. Gareth, what are you making me for lunch?
Same thing I always make you, honey.
You're a doll.
Shot of whiskey, 2 tablets of Adderall, and some violence.
That's what I. The shot of whiskey was the first thing I thought of. Well, I might have to lift a little bit, actually. That's still wet. Dude, give me my brown pants.
Zoom in on the map a bit, Richie.
Say that again, mate.
Can you zoom in on the map a bit, please?
I don't know how to, mate.
Oh no, that's cool. Do the other one. Click the other one again.
This one?
Cool. Rain's still far out. Rain's still pretty far out.
Yeah, but I reckon in like, it says like 10 PM. I think we should have it.
Yeah. Yellow as well. So yeah, kind of heavy.
Yeah, the only worry is like with our first stint when Tom was in, we planned it so I would go out in the rain, but Tom had to come in a lap earlier because the rain was just too harsh for the dryers with 100%.
Yeah, you're gonna get like one lap before maybe. You say it's coming in yellow too.
Yeah, so I reckon I'll just put in mitts for now.
It's like 1.5 laps after the rain started.
Yeah.
But this one's gonna be heavier, so just 1 lap probably. It looks like it's just gonna be like heavy spots of rain and then dry patches between as well.
I think it's just going to be one of those weird Le Mans rainy bits where like some corners it's raining and some corners it's not.
Okay, yeah, if I want to get this extra lap, I gotta do a little lifting. And missing apexes. Lava these things.
Nice.
Trying to lift a little bit just in case, so I have that extra lap buffer to see what the weather is gonna do.
Nice. Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, sounds good. Dan, did you set me up for 6.5 in the rain?
Yeah, you were 6.5.
Alright.
Maybe stick another click on, seeing as he had a couple of spins. Maybe put it 7.5.
Yeah, maybe. I'll look into it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, I didn't mean to slow you down like that.
I'm gonna grab some food, we'll be back in a bit.
Okay, man.
Yep,
Sounds
sounds good, mate. Dan, how does it feel right now in terms of like the steering?
Fine. Like, it just feels normal right now.
Would you say it's balanced or more oversteer, more understeer? What do you think?
I'd say it's a little, like, maybe a little understeery through, like, Porsche curves, but then it kind of wants to snap, so...
Yeah, yeah. when it rains, it'll be more understeer kind of to get the front and back. So I'll just split 6.5. Because you're 7.5 right now.
We're doing this again. Yeah, we'll take it. I'm starting to like with it getting darker, my eyes are like tripping out on me.
Status.
Change your gamma setting, mate.
Yeah.
Brighter.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was gonna have to do that before this stint or for like the next one.
Dan, what do you think would be good for the rain, like in terms of wing?
I would do 9.5 again. If it's looking like it's gonna come down in a yellow band, then definitely 9.5.
Okay, yeah, sounds good, mate.
Oh, I thought you were on about running 6.5 for the rain, right? Okay, yeah, 9.5. So yeah. I was thinking, no wonder you were so damn fast running that low wing.
Oh, that's a good point. That's what I'll blame my 720 on. I put the wing back to 6.5. That's why. Not driver error.
Alright, done some dry laps, done some wet laps, feeling good.
Sweet.
I'll keep it on the track so you've got lots of X's to play with at the end, Daniel. Lots.
You know me too well.
I still laugh at that Nürburgring thing.
So gentlemen, I did want to touch base with you guys real quick before we start moving into other areas of the broadcast, but you know, the sun has set a little bit more, and I've been hearing you guys talking about there are still portions of the track that are still wet, and you know, after looking at the radar and seeing what's coming in, which I'm sure you guys are looking at as well, you're expecting quite a bit of heavier rain compared to what was going on earlier. So where does that put you guys strategy-wise on where you're thinking what you could be doing, or compared to the fact that there are still portions of the track that are still wet?
Yeah, I think Daniel's trying to save a bit of fuel just now to open up some options for the rain. We've got our Rainmeister hotshot ready to go. But yeah, I can see a big red patch of rain not too far away.
Absolutely, and I speaking on that then, giving your rain hotshot a good go, how does that affect driver changes? I'm sure you guys worked out your stints before this race even got started. So you got one of the, I believe that was one of the LMP2 cars around back there. But, you know, you guys have already, I'm sure, worked out your stints and who's going to be driving when and at what times and when you're going to factor in your driver changes. But how does that factor in when the rain comes in? You know, do you got to throw one guy in and let him run longer and then maybe you guys get to sleep a little bit longer? Is it mess your stints up a little bit, or do you think it's kind of painting the picture that you already expected?
Oh, go ahead, Richie. No, you're good.
We looked at the forecast before the race, and we tried to kind of plan it round there. Like, obviously I had some experience in the rain compared to the other guys. They were quite quick in the dry. I was the opposite, and we tried to plan it around like with the forecasted weather. So the first stint was actually quite nice. We got the tires set up perfect. So if we can just manage it like that throughout the race, then we'll be quite okay. But yeah, what do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all kind of like, between Richie and I think we have a pretty good idea of like just being able to play it by ear and kind of put who in the car that wants to go. We have like a rough outline of what we're doing, but we kind of know that Richie wants rain stints and Tom and I kind of prefer the dry. I like the transitioning state, but we're all trying to be flexible with it, just with how unpredictable it is right now.
I would also like to add that because my sleep schedule is so messed up, we can manage it better because I can stay up late basically.
And 4 on that. Well, you guys still have a long race ahead of you, about 18 hours, 20 minutes to go. So keep after it. Hopefully you'll be doing a little bit better soon, moving up in positions, and hopefully you guys withstand the rain that's about to hit you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys are up to 7th now, so obviously good job recovering from a deep starting position. I was wondering, what landed you guys the 55th place starting spot?
So we honestly, when we were doing like qualifying, we kind of were predicting split 3 or 4, because I couldn't do a qualifying lap to save my life. Tom was lightning quick, and then Richie was kind of with me on not being able to get a lap, and he threw in an absolute heater at the last second in the last session, and we were like, dude, come on. So pretty much that.
Fair enough. Well, it's been a lot of fun listening to you guys. The banter's been great. Keep it up. We'll try and circle back to you guys in the it'll be overnight and morning for us, and I'm sure morning and afternoon for you guys in Scotland and England and such. So thank you for your time. Best of luck. We'll be talking to you later.
See you later, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
We'll bounce back up to our broadcast booth and kind of resume traditional coverage here for a moment before we go into... Well, we're not really going to have a shift change like earlier, but we will be saying goodbye. And oh, I see raindrops, guys. I see raindrops. Literally just now, raindrops on windshields. It has completely shifted. It's relatively heavy right away. As soon as we dropped out of that team channel, raindrops. Everybody's going to be boxing here very quickly.
Trying to keep track of it all, but I saw multiple cars going off the track, running into the tire barriers, and just having a slew of problems.
I noticed one team in particular that was second place for a long time out of the race currently. That's team number 80, team DWR. We're going to see what happened to them. So here's the replay. Might be a little far back, so we might have to advance it a little bit, but let's go ahead and... I don't usually do this, but we will fast forward a little bit, just try to find what happened. Let's give this another go. I noticed they towed, so anytime... They've been in the box now for 2 minutes. They actually... It seems they're back on track and have passed a few cars that are boxing, and everybody's boxing for wets right now. I want to try and get this replay before we go to pit stops, because something has happened to this team that was so significant earlier on. We may just have to abandon this replay, but know that something happened to this 80 car. We'll follow this through to the line, or to pit lane, whichever one comes first. If we can't find it by then, we'll have to abandon it, because there are significant pit stops underway. This is a big changing of the tide, and again, just like we talked about earlier, Zach Shucker, this is going to be a great opportunity. Here's the moment, right there, off in the Ford chicanes, just went straight, and I don't see any raindrops yet, so that was a driver mistake, I think. We'll get one more look at it. But this rain period is a big opportunity for this whole race to flip once again. He just messed up. That's wow. So that's Aaron Pilbeam, I believe, that was behind the wheel. At least is now, as we've gone to wet conditions once again, and wet tires are on for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th in Hypercar. And actually, there aren't many that have boxed, but there are a handful that have boxed for wets. Duncan Dudes is still on slicks. When do you reckon the call gets made here, Zach Murtis?
You got to make that call as soon as possible. You have to. With the rain starting to come down and the heavy rain that's on the way, you know, I should be able to help with pulling that up momentarily and giving people an idea of what is going on with the rain situation on the way. You know, it's a lot heavier than what it was earlier on in this race. There's a lot of yellow and red spots moving in from what I can see. You know, it's creating a situation where the rain is becoming more onset a lot more quickly, and you have to make that decision a lot sooner going into these pit stops. You have to be able to find a way to get those rain tires on that car and make the decision when you feel like it's applicable to put rain tires on these race cars. I mean, you know, there are portions of the track that are going to be dry before the rest of it's before those portions are wet. Oh my goodness, I'm getting tongue-tied here. You could have one half of the racetrack that's wet, half of the racetrack that's not wet. So you could be floating back and forth between, I can stick it out in this end of the track, maybe in the sections that are a little bit more high speed that you don't really need to be super technical, but in the same instance, you're like, well, the rain's coming, and in the spots that I do need it, I might need these rain tires.
Yeah, this is going to be a big shift in this race. This might be more significant, I feel like, than the earlier rain, because this is going to be heavier, and now guys are a little more, I guess, up to snuff on how to approach the rain. So I think those who hit rain tires sooner might actually have more of an advantage and then come off of those tires again sooner. Like, I think the bigger risk you take here, the larger the payoff, and that risk could be staying on slicks longer. I don't know, but you see that the rain lights are back on. This is now considered once again to be a wet race, and you know, we thought it was much further out initially. This has completely, once again, changed this race for the better. I feel like this is incredible. A box from Delta V. They might have just crashed. No, okay. Crisis averted. They just boxed. Looks like wet's going on across the board. Our leaders are still pretty nuts in that they have not yet boxed for wets. Neither has Basic Ollie. He's been in the car a lot today. I'm surprised he has not boxed for wets and done a driver change, because he's had a lot of drive time so far. And I promise, I'm working on getting the radar back on screen. Give me just a moment, and it will be there.
Rain is definitely looking a lot harder than it was earlier.
But it's patchy, so it's gonna stay wet conditions. Let me get the radar up. Hang on. Right about there. It's being finicky. Let's bring up radar here. You can see it's much more patchy than it was earlier, and there's the loss of grip for Oliver Fresnel. Basic Ollie losing grip there at the Wolfson corner. Much more patchy than we saw earlier. Earlier it was a very consistent, like it was almost a band of a hurricane, is the way I described it to one of my colleagues that was watching. It was like a band of a hurricane, just a solid wall that rolled over the racetrack. This actually feels more realistic, Zach. It's much more spotty. It's much more like late day development around here, actually, in the Carolinas, where you have these cells that pop up.
About the rain in the Carolinas.
But it's true. It's much more realistic in that it's much more like cells popping up, you know, when there's instability in the atmosphere. And this next portion, I think, is going to catch these guys out for a while. Obviously, they're going to change the track conditions. It's going to take longer as well for the track to dry back out. So for that dry line to develop, is going to take longer now because you don't have the sun to help that. I mean, let's go to the Scenics. The sun is more or less down. Obviously still relatively well lit around the racetrack, but more or less we are in sunset as our leaders are in the pit lane. We've seen that one mistake out of them earlier. Otherwise, nearly a perfect race from Dunkin' Dudes, and I gotta say, I just crushed a Boston Cream from Dunkin' a few minutes ago. Was well worth it. They've got this race in control. This, if you have not pitted yet and you see them pitting, you got a box, as there's a problem for the 551 as well. They're in the pit lane. Echelon. Sorry, that's 511. So 551 would be Project Valoris. They have had an issue. As you see, our leader is up on the jacks. Oh man, it's been 12 minutes for Project Valoris. They've been in there for a while. They've got a ways to go. Let's see, it's flopped the lead. The lead has flipped in LMP2 as a result of this, but that's because Hello Twitch has yet to pit. And Zach, I'm actually seeing less drops now. So we've gone through the first bit of rain, and now we have a pocket of dry. At least as far as the sky goes.
Still got a long race to go. Ooh, we got one car around. That's the IFR Esports number 717. He's beached a little bit, gets that car rolling.
Gustav Vingborg behind the wheel out of Denmark. And this is what we're going to see as well. Different parts of the racetrack are in different conditions. It is raining pretty heavily over here. This is into the Porsche curves. That was out of our nage. But down in the pit lane, it was pretty dry. DG Racing, well, now it's raining again. So, no, it's not actually. It's pretty dry over here.
Looking at the zoomed-in radar, Andrew, the heaviest rain is on the south end of the track currently, which would be, you know, your Arnage towards your Mulsanne corner second chicane, north end towards the pit lane, and through Dunlap is in a much lighter section.
So there you go. So I guess I'm currently on Zach Murtis's radar. Zach, if you could just hit the zoom button for a second and show what Zach Shucker's talking about. There we go. Yeah, so that you can see the pit lane actually is the only spot dry, really, except for that one bit around that first chicane. Otherwise, it's raining on the rest of the circuit. And you don't traditionally have this, but when you have an 8.5 mile, 13 some odd kilometer road course, partial street course through the countryside, this is what you're going to have. And you can see it's raining heavier now than it was earlier, especially that yellow portion over the Mulsanne corner. That is treacherous right now. This is what teams were afraid of as well. I mean, everybody was lobbying against rain for a while. Yeah, but this is heavy rain as far as the sim goes. This is an LMP2 battle. Fury Sim Sport, North Sim Racing, and Three Oceans Racing, and Momentum Motorsport. 4 LMP2s in a pack, almost. As we plunge into night and into wet. Here comes the leader. I can see in the background, the pink and orange. Can't miss it. Dunkin' Dudes gonna fly through this group. Let's go on board. And Patrick Thompson back behind the wheel. He started this race, ran for 4 hours. He's back in.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We're having a grand old time right now, watching on board. So we see cars running a little wide right there, running onto the curves right there. See Thompson moving on by on the inside line in that Dunkin' Dudes racing number 74. Getting by a couple of these LMP2s, and, you know, this plays more into how heavy the rain is. We can see the rain is starting to clear up on different sections of the racetrack on the radar, but with how heavy the rain came down, there's a lot more puddles, and the spray is a lot more prominent on these race cars right now, rolling through the Porsche curves. And see another battle going on. This is down the Mulsanne straight.
This is 4 positions, 6th in hypercar.
Dicey.
This is gonna be sketchy, very sketchy in the Mulsanne corner.
Talk about racing offline in the rain. Oh man. You know, one of the big things that we talk about when racing offline in the rain is because when you do race on the racing line, when the rain's coming down, the rubber that has been laid down on the racing line just becomes absolutely slick. You know, it's the grooviest part of the racetrack when it's dry, and it's the preferred groove and racing line in the dry, but in the rain, it's completely different. It's the complete opposite. So you want to race where there is no rubber laid down. You want to race where you can have the maximum amount of grip, but you also want to find the driest line so you're not hydroplaning as much. You're not sliding all over the racetrack. And as we ride on board with the number 53, the Fury SimSport Red racing machine, and Tim Sportson, you know, you can see just how much wheel he's having to put in. You can see how steady he's being with his inputs, and early shifting, short shifting, that helps a ton with the wheel spin on these race cars as well.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the radar, you see you got another heavy downpour moving in up by Dunlop, pit straight away. So track's gonna be completely different from where he is now to once he gets to that point.
Yeah, we'll stay with this group as long as they don't crash in the Porsche curves. Because when they get back around to turn 1 and the Dunlop chicane and those S's, it's going to be on the verge of a deluge with that yellow pocket of rain. Of course, you can see the key there, if you will, the color graph of what's, you know, on the left is the lightest, on the right is the heaviest. I doubt we get into the oranges and reds much, but I wouldn't rule it out. We'll definitely see some yellow, as is obvious. We might see a tint of orange, but here we go. As we get here, yeah, you can see Dunlop is in it now, so let's go on board and hold our breath. Really good job so far by this whole group not to wipe out. You can see the spray has gotten so much worse. But I will say, iRacing has done a really good job with recent optimizations, particularly to making sure those taillights are visible through spray as they would be, you know, in reality. So props to iRacing here. Battle for fourth in Hypercar. North Sim Racing on the right. And that's Team DWR on the left. Remember, they had their little moment. They're trying to fight back after being second for a long time, then dropping back into fifth or so. Here they are, taking over fourth spot. And this area of the racetrack has no precipitation currently. And this is the blimp shot.
Can't see anything.
Have fun finding a car through that.
You can see like a couple of blinking lights here and there, but other than that, there's nothing going on. And you know, we take another look back at the radar, Andrew. You can see just about half the racetrack is in a lot more of a heavy downpour. The north end of the racetrack, that is. So these guys are dealing with two different conditions on two different ends of the racetrack. Heck, you're dealing with three different conditions in three different sections of the racetrack, really. In more so the middle sections of the racetrack, there's lighter patches of rain. The north end of the racetrack has the heavier rain, and the south end of the racetrack really has no rain whatsoever. So there's a lot going on in this current stretch of time. Here you see, going down the Mulsanne Straight, there's barely any rain. Then you start going into the rain as you go further and further down.
There's no rain down here at the end of the Mulsanne straightaway. It's all spray from the car ahead. This is Richie Chowan. We were on board with Impact SimSport Blue for a while there, about a half hour maybe. This is that team we were just talking with. And they've made that driver change, made the switch to wets. They've put Richie in again, I guess, to try and bridge the gap to Gareth getting in the car. Because that was the plan, was to put Gareth in going into the night. They've altered their plan. So Zach, you asked them about it. That you can tell now they've made some alterations to their plan. But if we can, real quick on the radar, Zach Meredith, if you can zoom out for a moment, let's see what's behind this. So it's going to pass through relatively quickly, and this is the heaviest. It's pretty much downhill from here. And then what is the I know we don't have it on the stream, but the report, yeah, moving forward, what's it look like?
about 10:30 sim time. So they've been racing for just over 6 hours. About 10:30 sim time, it will start ceasing for the most part, and then going into the rest of the report, we have a report looking about 4 hours ahead at the moment. So allow me to play your local weatherman for the moment. So looking into the rest of the night, we have scattered showers throughout the rest of the night with a 100% chance of rain expected around 12:45 a.m. sim time. So that would be in about the next two and a half hours, so forth, and that rain is going to persist for a good matter of 2 to 3 hours from the looks of it. But after this rain clears up at about 10:30, we will have nothing doing until about 12:45. So they will have another 2-hour window, as they did previously, before the rain sets in. We have one car that just went straight. That is Alex Pilbeam in the Team DWR Sim Coach setups, number 80 racing machine. He takes the safety road and rejoins. Obviously, he'll have a slowdown, but usually the slowdown is served by taking that escape road. So this wall of rain that you see, this patchy wall of rain that's pretty much coming in layers. I mean, you can really compare it, Andrew, to, like you said earlier, like hurricane walls here in the Carolinas that we've experienced a number of times, and it's something that these guys are just going to have to deal with moving forward. But I think hopefully they'll be able to have a better grip on where they stand going into the nighttime hours.
One thing I want to touch on too, looking at that forecast you were talking about, Murtis, is the wind is going to die down once this rain moves on through, and that's going to be a big difference from the earlier rain we had, because your wind speed was about double and you had the sun to help dry it out. And then on top of that, with that second set of rain coming in around 12:30, 12:45 in the morning, the wind direction is also changing. So that could have a big factor in how the cars are going to handle, because what is a current tailwind in many corners can become a headwind.
So there's your race weather graphic as well, as we got a battle here for position in hypercar. Oh, that was onto the paint and the puddles. These guys are going at it. This is third place. BRT, basic ollie behind the wheel. He makes a pass back. He gets that position away from North Sim Racing for third. And then you've got Team DWR right behind. So these three hypercars going at it. There's a fourth. That's a lapper, I believe, tailing the back of them. But you can also tell the ambient temp has come down about 10 degrees since the green flag. Track temp has dropped about 30 or 40 degrees. It is a significantly different race than it was a handful of hours ago. And we have now hit 6 hours complete in this race. Now, since we had our software failure, we will, of course, be giving some time back here, as there's one slow LMP2. I want to check on this quickly. This is Beast Pushrod Racing. They are slow. Do they have a problem, maybe? Or are they caught on... There's no way they're caught on slicks, yeah. Well, they'll continue on. Anyways, we're gonna give some time back here. We're gonna go a little bit longer than other coverage teams, because, well, we missed some time there. So we'll give some back. We'll go for another hour or so. I know Zach Murders and Zach Shucker will be going here shortly. I'll continue on. I know they've got some obligations to fill for the rest of the day, but we'll stay live as long as makes up for earlier's inconvenience. But as we dive into the 7th hour of racing here, guys, I think maybe, first off, time to kind of recap our general feelings. I'll bounce between each of you, and then we'll recap the standings. But I'll hit Zach Murders first, and just general feelings at this point in the race.
I think with how the race has transpired through really the entirety of this, of the events that we've seen with the rain, with the strategy change, I think, you know, my thoughts at the moment are just, how are these guys going to handle going through the night? I don't know how they're going to be able to make it through in these situations, and honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. I've thoroughly enjoyed what we've seen so far. I was keeping track of everything before I hopped into the booth for my time up here, and, you know, still remains to be seen on what time I still have left in this booth, but, you know, from what I have seen, from what I can take away, I think Duncan Dudes definitely have it on an absolute lock leading the way right now. I think Hello Twitch team in that 911 car, or the 911 car, is doing an absolute stand-up job in the LMP2 category, and I think there's just so much that we can really take away at the moment, as, you know, we see them just go off a little line right there in that number 80 racing machine, and there's so much that's still left. Andrew, we've got just under 18 hours to go. There's still plenty of time. They've only gone, what, a quarter of the way through the race now?
And this is a rather exhilarating battle, actually, between Basic Ollie and Team DWR. Alex Pilbeam behind the wheel, or I think it's, yeah, Alex Pilbeam. This is really good stuff. They've gone back and forth several times just this lap. They're lapping, of course, in LP2s as they go by. That's the 78 car. That would be Momentum Motorsport. Do we see a move here in Indianapolis? I think the rain is... There's a little bit of yellow now on the back end of this. So it's getting a little bit heavier again around the racetrack, but it seems like there's no added precip here, just what's on the racetrack, and there you go. Pilbeam backs out. Doesn't want to cause an incident here, especially approaching that GT3 car. So very smart, but decisive and exciting racing between this group. Zach Shucker, how are you feeling?
I'll second what Zach Murder said about Duncan Dudes. They right now seem to have the car to beat pretty handily. But GT3, you have Orbit Drop Bear Saturn currently leading, but looking through the timings right now, there's a lot of cars, about 10 cars, that still have a pretty good shot at the win down there. You know, obviously there's still a lot to play for. You're a quarter of the way through the race. So this rain, your next rain session coming, it's going to make a big difference. Keep in mind too, you have people from, you know, East Coast of the U.S., people in Europe, all over time zones driving in this race. So,
oh dear. I'll let you continue as we pull up a replay.
Yeah, so you have people that are getting tired and they could be making mistakes.
Oh boy. Trying to find the replay here. We actually, so they might not have been drawn for a moment. Hang on, let's see this. Okay, so they go out, and I don't know if this is a cars drawn issue or if this is a disconnection issue, but wait for it. A few more seconds, and you see something terrible has taken place for Tim Hancock. They were a team that was remaining on slicks, I believe, per ATVO telemetry. That has gone terribly, and it looks like slicks from there, from that vantage point. So I'm surprised that there are a handful of teams that are still on slick tires. I don't know how, at least per telemetry. And these are a couple of them. Team DWR and Vesta Sport Green. Per telemetry, BRT, yeah, no, DWR and Vesta Sport, it says they are on slicks. I don't know how. Visually, those are wets. So we can't trust telemetry, I guess. Well, anyways, let's repeat what we did earlier and then kind of go on from there. We'll go down through the top 10 of each class. We'll start off, of course, with Duncan Dudes. Fantastic. And right after this, we'll do a quick nomination of teams for the Driver of the Day vote. Team of the Day vote, really. But Patrick Thompson would get Driver of the Day, I'd say. But Team of the Day, I don't know how you can look past these guys. We'll get there in a moment. But first place in Hypercar, Duncan Dudes. Absolutely fantastic. Exemplary performance, if you will. Down into second, though, Ricardo Gruppi from, let me get the right graphic up, I guess. North Sim Racing GTP Yellow. They've done a great job of kind of being the best of the rest. You can see closely behind is Basic Ollie, and this battle for third that will not relent. There's Oliver Fresnel in the BRT machine. Team DWR in fourth. They keep taking little strikes at Basic Ollie when they can. Vestas Sport Green, they run in 5th. They're about 20 seconds back of that battle for 3rd. And then moving on down... Oh, by the way, I just noticed this. Duncan Dudes has a lap lead on everybody. So, there's that. Moving down to 6th place, Fury Simsport Red. Tim Spronson behind the wheel currently. In 7th, it's DLR SimLab Orange with Davey Van de Vacker in the 225. And Delta V Racing currently has Christophe DeMay behind the wheel in the number 111. DPR Racing runs in 9th in a Porsche. That's Scott Sislowski. And down in the 10th spot, it'll be Unlucky Luck Racing. We talked to them at length earlier. Alex Johnson now behind the wheel. That's a driver we did not get to chat with at that team, so one of their drivers that came in for a later shift as he'll take this team into the night in the rain. I'll hand things right over to my colleague Zach Murtis for LMP2.
For LMP2, the Hello Twitch team, Konstantin Slotitov running in that number 1 spot. They have been leading the way on lock. Andrew, I gotta put them in the running. I mean, they have been in the same conversation as the Duncan Dudes racing team. They have just been leading the way in that category for the longest amount of time. I mean, I don't think I have seen them outside of the lead position.
If I may, Aztec was leading for a while, a couple hours ago, and then Toretto's tune-ups took over. Something happened to Aztec, I'm not sure, but Corey Price is behind the wheel of their car now. And then I think the switch to wets might have promoted Konstantin Soldatov to the lead, because I know they were close to Toretto's tune-ups, but I don't know that they had passed them yet before the rains came. But I'll let you take the rest of the class from here.
Absolutely, and in that 2nd spot, further down the running order, Joe Zarco's in the Toretto's tune-ups. They are still within striking distance. You know, they've done a really good job of staying within striking distance. They're only about 13 seconds back. They're closing in rapidly, so I would assume that things are getting ready to change hands here. In the 3rd spot, though, right behind them, sitting on the podium in class for these guys, you've got Samantha Tan Racing, X-World of Racing, with Lucano Whitvote in that position. We got car around teams as well. The Orbit Drop Beer Saturn Racing Machine is around.
That's leader in GT3. Oh dear, Connor Nixon.
Hate to take away from the class, but this seemed pretty pertinent.
Yeah, let's see how our GT3 leader went for a ride, and then get back to our run through of LMP2. This is into Indy, I think, Indianapolis. Looks okay there. So maybe the spin was Arnage. If he's having trouble in Indianapolis, yeah, Arnage could be tricky too. Real flat. Might have had help from that LMP2, and I think that was the 888 that we spoke with some time ago.
It looked like he had too much rear brake, Andrew, because he had the same issue into Indianapolis, and I thought it was a puddle at first. But
It did seem to dance initially, and then he got hit. Let's go on board and see if we can further diagnose this before we go back to the LMP2 class. So he just got off in the puddles, and that's our Indianapolis at least, but let's see maybe for Arnage. Yeah, the rear's dancing a little bit, and then he gets hit. So you're on the money there. Rear brake, I think maybe a little too much of it as they move down into Arnage there. But we'll pick right back up with 4th place here in LMP2.
Absolutely. 4th place on the running order. Owen Loon and the Fury Simsport Blue Racing Machine, that number 304. They've been doing a really good job of keeping that car on track at the moment. Down in the 5th running position, you've got the Composite Performance 11 Racing Machine, the number 55, Brandon Walker. He's doing a great job keeping that car inside the top 5. These Dallara P217 cars are quite the interesting cars to handle, I'll say. I've had the chance to drive them a few times, and they're really nice to be able to handle. In the 6th spot, you've got the Three Oceans Racing Team, the number 214, Jordan Burrows in that 6th spot. 7th on the running order. A little bit further down, you've got the Focus Racing Machine, the number 33 of Durante Saros. I'll have to come back to that one. Number 82 in the 8th spot, Ian Brassfield in the Beast Push Rod Racing Machine. Keeping that car in a good running order. The 9th on the board, Corey Price in the Aztec Racing Machine. You said, Andrew, that they were leading early on. They're a little bit further down the running order now. Hopefully that 190 is going to be able to get back up towards the front. 888, the Beta Frost 888. Henrik Strand in the 10th spot. They have been through the ringer. They've spun a couple of times since we've last checked with them. They've had a few run-ins with a couple other cars, but they're still sticking in it. They're still staying in the race, and they've still got a solid chance to keep that car in a good position.
You currently have Orbit Drop Bear still running in first in GT3 with Connor Nixon behind the wheel. Then you have Christopher in the Aerocinetics green car running in second place. Followed closely by Nicholas Lund in the Arctic Simsport Academy car. You have Mac Racing running in fourth. I will butcher that name if I give it a shot. I'm sorry about that. Followed closely by Team Unknown 403. You have, what is that? Nikita, looks like, in the car. Evolution Racing running in P6 currently with Hayden Veld in the car. Luke Raymer in the Arctic Simsport car running in 7th. Followed by Maxence and the Undercut Racing Team Red, currently P8. Impact Sim Sport Blue, Richie in the car, still chugging along in 9th. You have Mike Gallant in the Echelon Sim Sport GT3 Black, currently running in 10th place in class.
It takes you through each top 10 on the racetrack as they stand. Decent battle shaping up in LMP2 currently. Things have toned down in Hypercar and in GT3. This is the best battle on the racetrack for now. Focus Racing losing focus, and Dunlop gives up that position to Beast Pushrod Racing, and that is good for the 7th spot. There also is the 669 of North Sim Racing P217 Gold, and Elvis is on the racetrack. Elvis Benello out of Italy behind the wheel of that 669 machine. I guess this is as good a time as ever to go ahead and roll through Team of the Day. And of course, as we discussed earlier, we'll kind of we'll each select basically a team, and on the graphic you'll see the driver representing that team. And then we'll put up the vote and kind of let you guys watching handle it from there. So let me get things ready. I think it's fair, and you guys can maybe agree or disagree, but I think it's fair to automatically nominate the class overall leader, Duncan Dudes. I think that's just easy to say. They've got a lap lead right now, out to lunch, just Sunday drive currently. And then we can each nominate one team from there amongst whatever class we choose. Does that seem fair to everyone?
Works for me.
I think that's perfect.
I don't know how you can take it away, especially from Patrick Thompson. They are just... I have no clue how they've done this, but Duncan Dudes will take the first nomination, and Zach Murtis, I know you've done this before, so I'll hand it over to you.
Oh boy, you already took Duncan Dudes. Let's see. I think if I were to pick one, does it have to specifically stay in one category, or can I go into different categories?
Oh, you can pick across any class.
I think I'm going to go with the Orbit Drop Beer Saturn Racing Machine. That's leading the way in the GT3 category. They've spun. They've been in some tricky situations. They're still leading the category, though. They're doing an absolute stand-up job. They're keeping themselves in a great position, and I think I'm going to cast them for my team driver of the day vote.
And that then means Zach Shucker, you're up.
You know, I think I'm gonna spin this a little bit and make it team of the day for, you know, keeping their head up and keeping going. I'm gonna give it to a team we talked to earlier in the race, Unlucky Luck Racing. They've had issues, but they're still fighting through, and they're still turning decent lap times and trying to make progress back up the board after their issues earlier.
That's a decent pick. Alex Johnson behind the wheel currently for them. It was a good chat. I think they were the first ones we talked with, so they kind of pioneered this team stream thing, and they were great to talk to. They really were. I enjoyed it, and I look forward to reconvening with them in the later portion, which leaves me, and I feel compelled to take an LMP2 team, so I will. There's really good choices across the class. Really the top three. Any of the top three could be mentioned, but as far as what we've seen so far, because of the start of the race, and then the recovery since their drop, I'm going to take Samantha Tan Racing, World of Racing, and that's going to be the number 38 car in LMP2, currently driven by one Luciano Vitvoet. I think is close anyways. I like what I've seen. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot else beyond that. So that will be my choice there. I will get this vote published. Give me just a moment. And that vote is live on YouTube. So for those of you watching on YouTube, you are able to vote in the North American Racing League Driver of the Day vote, and this is a little bit different. Gives us a dry run for what we'll do at the end of the race as well. Let's see, did that vote post? Yes, it did. There we go. Cool. Okay, so the chat wasn't working. I do see the chat now, guys. I appreciate you all tuning in, and you can now vote for your team of the day, if you will, in the North American Racing League Driver of the Day vote. I know it's... Well, so Tyler Watson, this is basically that. This is team of the race. It's billed as Driver of the Day because that's what we usually would call it for our typical broadcast, but that's about what this is. So I guess I know you guys are trying to get out. If we can have the radar still for a little bit longer, I guess if you guys need to go, we'll let you go, but looks like we're about through the rain here, guys.
Don't forget, though, it's going to settle back in, and hopefully I'll be back in the booth with you soon, Andrew, but it's time for me to take my leave and leave you to it, but we'll be back. We'll be back to have some more fun with you.
Yeah, I appreciate getting to join you. It was fun. As usual, my second time was also with Murtis, so that was nice.
It's been a great time having each of you here, and been super helpful, especially with the radar as it goes black there as Zach Murtis disconnects. But yeah, it has been a treat for sure. This is always... Endurance racing is, I think, all of our passions in some regard. I know, we each have our own specializations. Zach, Murtis and I kind of live on the ovals for the most part, but this endurance racing thing is still very near and dear to my heart, and is a bunch of fun. I believe there is one team we've not yet spoken with. We've kind of bounced around, and I think hit everybody except... Well, I don't see him anymore. I thought there was one we had not yet visited, so let me look around. I think their channel got moved. Maybe. I'm searching. I could have sworn there was one team we had not yet visited, but it's looking like we may have hit them all. I think we did. So as the radar clears up, these drivers are left with a wet racetrack, and obviously it's going to dry out over the course of this run. But you, Zach's, of course, leaving me, I'll carry you through the remainder of our coverage portion. That'll be a little bit extended to make up for the issues we had earlier in the race. But from the top, Duncan Dudes dominating so far. They have led every step of the way. I think there's maybe been a lead change or two, as we're on lap 101 and they've led 57, so there have been a couple of lead changes, but really just through pit cycles and getting off sequence and such, and that happened long ago. It's been Patrick Thompson for a long time since. He's got that one lap lead over North Sim Racing GTP Yellow and Richard Groppi behind the wheel out of Italy. So just, again, a most impressive start as we plunge into the darkness of night. Overall weather conditions, by the way, 78 degrees in the air, 75 on track, mostly cloudy skies as it's currently classified. And if we go to the scenic shots, you can see that. The clouds are breaking up as we clear up a little bit. That's always good. We love the rain, but we also want these guys to have safe racing conditions, and I think we're trending more closely towards that now as the track starts to dry out. There are a few cars out of this race, 4 to be exact. That was being Project Valoris, as well as Vulcan Motorsports Gold, Beckar Antler Win Orion, and Fast Repair Motorsport GTP. That leaves 53 cars racing, a little beyond the 6-hour mark. And boy, has it gotten dark there. That is a look at the Le Mans painted section in the Ford chicanes. You saw some of the reflectors there on the racetrack as well. It is getting dark. The sun has properly set. We're plunging quickly into nighttime. Let's visit second place here overall and in hypercar. This is going to be North Sim Racing GTP Yellow, and there is a gaggle behind him. Look at that dancing. That's Basic Ollie once again, and I said earlier we might visit his live stream. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that, if I can find it again, because he has got to be fun to watch right now. Here we go. Of course, I play through the ad. But basically, 55,000 subscribers on YouTube, a well-known sim racing personality. We'll visit into his stream here for just a moment and see how he's getting along. And so here you go. This is the stream of Basic Ollie. We'll let it go for just a moment, let you kind of tune in with him here for a moment. so you see kind of how he's getting along, and the visibility really doesn't look too bad from his perspective. If we go on board here, this is somewhat close. You can kind of compare where things are at. They're a little bit off. There's a little bit of a delay to his stream, of course, to what you're seeing on the stream from our broadcast, but pretty similar to what he's actually seeing. And as he makes all these passes, he's got 2.5 seconds back to the 80 car of Team DWR. Let's go ahead and let's put a bow on something really quick. So we'll bring the stream down as far as Basic Ollie goes. Like we've kind of sat with him for enough time at this point. So let's circle back, have a full circle moment to the 10th place team at the moment. Alex Johnson behind the wheel.
Nope.
Just jumping in here, guys. You guys okay if I listen in?
Nope.
So, Unlucky Luck Racing, I know you guys had a couple of moments there between the last time we spoke with you. Ash, I know you had the big, heavy, wet stint earlier. How have things kind of changed since then?
It was dry and then it was wet again. But I hit the wall once, which is fine, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, we went into this race with mostly dry practice. We didn't really practice the wet, as we saw on the Majors League thing, that there was only 60% chance of rain, and I think we should have practiced a bit more wet. I think we're doing fine, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is a relatively high split of drivers and teams, some pretty high I ratings, so you're in good company, I'd say. And to be top 10, top half of this hypercar field in this sort of race, I think you're doing a good job, especially considering you started 17th. You've worked your way forward and keep making headway. So I guess as we move forward and some drivers start to box and maybe put dries on, I doubt it here, but you know, what's the plan look like from here? When do you pit next? Do you take dries? Do you stay on wets? I'd imagine you stay on wets for now. But what's that look like for you guys?
I think we're gonna stay on wets until the track state tells us that we can go on dries. And obviously Alex has to feel good with going on dries, because I think the track is still wet from what I'm currently seeing.
Alex.
Yep.
It's going to be in this time. I don't think there's not enough time to save it, so we'll come in. I've set the pit stop up already.
Yep.
But we're just trying to survive, and me and Alex are gonna throw a big remontada in the night, so be ready.
Let's say we spoke with Ash Humphreys and with Chris Myers earlier. I see now as well we've got, I'm assuming that's Alex going by Bluey, and then Lucas Dirksen and Luke Smith. So I guess you guys are doing some of the nighttime lifting. Did you practice specifically for that? I mean, what's that preparation look like for you guys?
I did a few test drive laps before this, and did about 30 minutes of test drive, and that was it.
I've been mostly practicing for pre-Q, and before that I did some race laps on the dry, and or like in the daytime as well, but I haven't really done any nighttime. Earlier today, when I woke up, I did some wet night laps. And that's it, really. Just nothing particular, really.
What's been the biggest challenge for you guys? Whether it's been traffic, rain. I mean, I know so you said you didn't have much rain practice going in, but what do you feel like has been the biggest task to try and adjust with?
Easily the spray. It's impossible to see with traffic, especially when you have LMP2s going too wide, and you have no idea if there's going to be a gap for you to go through, or if they're actually just side by side. So you just kind of have to wait behind and let it play out.
I mean, like, especially in the final chicane in the last sector. Oh, you'll be fine. It gets to a point where people are having to call out certain braking markers for each other because you just can't see what's going on. That is unfortunate. What happened, Alex? You hit a bad spot.
Yeah.
Oops. It's fine. We had a sizable gap to P11 and we are catching P9. I'm not worried about it. He hit a wet spot on the pit entry. It's really easy.
No speeding or unsafe pit entry?
Unsafe pit entry.
No.
He cut the pit lane. I'm pretty sure that gives you
Well, if you don't have the penalty now, then you're gonna be fine.
We don't have a penalty.
Right, for me it says hold for 15 seconds.
Oh, I can see it up there. My caps is covering it. That's my bad.
Oh? Wow, okay, there we go then. It's only 15 seconds, wouldn't have.
No, it's my bad.
There's like what, 17 and a half hours, so let me check the lap times.
We're still in wets, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
P9 in front of us last lap was a
40 seconds?
Yeah, if it's weird. If you do a pit stop, it calculates for the 15 second stop and go. It also takes the time you lose in the pits normally with just driving as well. It's hard to explain really.
So it's not 15 seconds.
It's only 15 seconds if you don't take tires and fuel, because else because you combine it, it gives you an extra fat penalty.
Yeah, I believe it compounds to 40 seconds if you take any service on a hold like that. Yeah.
It's a 15 second stop go is basically a drive through and a stop go. But if you combine it with a pit stop, then iRacing says you're trying to go around the fact that you have to do a drive through in the 15 seconds. So it adds the time that you're in the pit for an extra pit stop as well.
Okay, that makes sense.
Basically just spin.
You clear one because you're already out pit exit, but he's 17 seconds ahead of you, so it's not undoable with the pace that we were running before. I wouldn't worry about it. Right now, the 717, the car in front of you, they have their fastest guy in, 8.7k. He's doing mid 350s. But I wouldn't worry about it.
Cold tires is a pain.
Yeah. It's even worse if you come out on fresh mats though. I wouldn't say we've been the most fortunate in this race so far, but it's a long race, so who knows. P1's now lapped everybody, that's nuts.
Is the interviewer still here?
Yeah, he is. They were doing what they did last time, so they'll listen in on our comms for a little bit. I think.
Crazy strategy.
Oh yeah, crazy.
When do we tell them that we're gonna cut the whole track and like jump over some walls to gain some extra time?
Oh yeah. In
Some
fact,
Mario Kart.
I pulled the Lord himself, and he's gonna put some heavy rain and tell only us when it's coming. Lord of Rain.
Looks close to tries.
Yeah, it's definitely not far.
Should be about halfway through my stint.
We gotta wait till the spray goes away.
Yeah.
You can go on the wet, on the dry track for quite long before you actually start to like...
Yeah, to be fair, there's still considerable spray, so I might be a whole another stint until grass.
My DPU might explode.
Fire.
Alright, what about fuel saving?
aim for 7.4.
Lucas, do you remember when my GPU fell out in the middle of that?
Oh, we're doing way below that.
The only thing I remember is your fan not working on the GPU.
Yeah, the fan didn't work, so I had to hand start it, and I hand started it so many times that in the middle of the Algar 4, it fell out.
So I did want to ask, I heard you guys mention a little bit the pace you're looking for to make the switch to dries, and I heard on Basic Ollie's stream they were talking about it as well. That's new to me, so I guess you guys are looking for a particular pace that when the wets fall off, you have to switch?
There's a pace, yes. We currently don't know what the pace is because we haven't done enough research for that, but there is a, well, I'd say thing on iRacing that when the track state is very lightly wet, it's most of the times it's time for a crossover. If it's from dries to wet or wet to dries, it's around the very lightly wet period. And the track state is currently lightly wet, so I'll stay on wets for now. And then when you start to actually think like, oh, it's getting dry enough for dries, and the track state says very lightly wet or more dry than that, then you're gonna have to switch to dries. It's a bit, I wouldn't say it's hard to explain, but you just have to like understand how it works, and then, yeah.
Sure, and then I hear you guys talking about the Algarve 4 at Portimao and other endurance races you guys have run. So what's your experience, particularly with the Majors series and Majors 24 in the past?
This is our first Majors event. The Algarve 4 you were talking about was from last year, the different league. It's where we got to know each other a lot, really. But we haven't, this is our first ever Major. It's my first ever Major. I think I'm speaking for most of the team.
Yeah, I've never done a Majors.
I mean, I helped with strategy for somebody last year, but I didn't enter the session or the Discord, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, and this is a whole new ball game, of course, with Rain being billed as kind of Zeus' revenge, because last year, despite Rain being released, it was so new that it was causing a lot of problems, and you know, it's still caused some problems here. Even we had a malfunction, if you will, software failure that impacted the broadcast for a little bit. Aside from that, what are the positives? How do you guys feel about the rain being introduced and shaping the course of this race?
I am personally not a big fan of the rain, as it's sketchy, and I'd rather drive on a dry track where it's not sketchy at all. But I think it could bring a fun aspect to the race, and it could spice it up a bit. It's what you saw in Daytona 24 this year, where rain was playing a very big factor on the main slot. And I think in the split we did, I think the leaders won by like 5 laps or something, and we were like second or third split or something. So I think it's it's fun, but also very sketchy.
I mean, I like the rain. I think it's cool that it's enabled. If I could choose between a variable weather race and just dry, of course I'd choose the dry because I'm terrible in the wet. But it's nice to see, and obviously it's a feature they teased and stuff for a long time, and I'm glad that it's working now. It definitely does introduce a new element, but I think when you ask that question, the people who say yes are the people who are just cooking the rain.
Fair enough. Well, I will sit back here for a few minutes and then maybe come back with a few more questions in a few, but otherwise, business as usual. We'll listen in.
Basically, by the way. There's a car 979, which is currently P9, is towing with a meatball. So they're either using their thingy.
Even if they use the fast repair, we'll catch them before they come out.
True, but that also means that they don't have the fast repair anymore. And if they don't use it, then probably means they've already used it. Or it's not a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say wait. Just wait behind, don't try and force it because the wet's still pretty aggressive down in the middle. Oh, he's done for, yeah. Jesus.
You on draws? No.
It's probably
I don't think it's even Caps' fault because everybody who I've asked has incorrectly displayed tyre information.
Yeah.
That's not where the track goes. That's like 4 minutes repair.
Yeah, I did that in the night last year in the dry. I didn't hit the wall because it was dry. But
that's not a lot of repair. I think you're better off repairing that than using your fast repair.
I don't know, his rear's like completely gone.
But if wheel damage, or is that just the angle?
I think that's Earth. Oh no, it's not Earth.
No, it's not. It's a Porsche. They're replaying the Porsche.
I can't believe I said, oh, I think that might be us. Look at the steering wheel.
Yeah, we have the ugly one.
I'm a fraud. Oh, I like the steering wheel because it looks weird.
Oh, Alex Pilbeam overcut Ollie.
Alex Pilbeam says you stink. Oh yeah, I already told you. Never mind.
He stinks more.
True. That is unfortunate. That's what I'm scared I'm gonna do on the.
I mean, now the track's evolving though with puddles and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
I will do.
still like impossible.
Still
to
lightly,
see.
but no rain.
Yeah.
If you're coming up on any big puddles,
I'll
I'll
put me
try
in my
and
line
tell
though.
you. I mean, just stick to the like a
Because it is drying up,
partial
though.
dry combo line. You can start fading across the dry line earlier now though on.
You think from low taper phase?
Oh my
I
god.
think I can start taking more of an inside on the entrance of the most insane chicanes though.
I need to open chat because if you're not getting rinsed for that, I'm really let down. You can't be doing that, Alex. No, not Alex, Lucas, you can't. Blah blah blah. But yeah, it's cool to have lives doing it. I wish iRacing would do that for like the top
Yeah, it'd be so much better.
Because like, for example, with that GT3 we had contact with, we would have spent ages going, oh that sucks because nothing happened to them in terms of they didn't lose anything, but obviously the stewards decided that.
Ash looking at you.
Oh hell yeah! Oh no, we're not winning, never mind.
That's fine if you vote, maybe we get closer to.
Oh, you should... yeah, maybe.
10 votes, you'd make 11.
11, like Denny Hamlin? Oh. Wow.
Are they still going on about the... No, they stopped yapping about the sandbag.
I can't fucking see it. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear on the stream. My apologies. Oops. Oh my god, I'm just looking at your cockpit cam. Alex, this is horrible.
I can see on the stream, it's 8.
When you were driving it, it's great. I think you're probably shortstop. I don't think we're gonna make it to full stint.
I think I'm looking at Ollie, it's still lightly wet. I can't really see this. The spray's still very
spray's
wide.
Yeah, it's still. I don't think dry's gonna be.
Do you think that you got 10 more laps?
Easy.
I don't know how the tyre wear
I think
was.
so, yeah.
Okay.
That wear's not gonna lie.
You literally
I've been very careful on my tires, yeah.
I couldn't stop myself from
I've been driving very
exploring
reserved.
the motocross layout, driving onto the gravel and backwards. Wait, Lucas, did I send you the clip of my save?
No.
I'll send it to you. I lost no time. I should have lost everything. Can't believe we made it. Oh, I meant to ask you, Lucas, what did you think of the red? Because obviously I asked for the red, but I don't know if you like
What?
it.
The
I think it looks
red
fire.
color?
Yeah.
It looks fire. We ran it for Charleston, Jack, and Sebring. And
Oh,
Jack,
the
Jack chose the color.
Oh no, Sebring 12.
Oh, yeah.
Don't go for it, yeah, Alex.
Fire
No, of
safe.
course.
Should be able to go left here after the forward bit.
No, I think it's weird how there's like a... They complain about the 9.7 leading, but then the 10k in third LMP2 class is just like...
Yeah, but
nobody's
I
talking
think
about it.
I think what the guy said is true. That just because he's not complaining about that doesn't mean it's not. I don't know if it's valid or not because I've not seen his pre-Q. But what I will say is, I understand why the guy who's put the sandbagging complaint about the hypercar didn't mention the LMP2 because it's not his class. If he wasn't looking, like if he doesn't have a HUD that shows everybody on track, he'd never know. Because I didn't know until somebody mentioned it.
Fire.
I think that the stewards they've been making good decisions. I've been stalking the web page on the website. Pretty agreeable decisions.
3.45 was crossover last time.
Huh?
Someone in basic only chat said 3.45 was crossover last time, but we are on lower track temp. Correct?
But he's not in, is he? The fast. I said the fast. They're all fast, but the 7K guy's not in.
No, I meant the last time. You know, there's like a specific lap time when you go to dries or wets.
Half.
Are we getting overtaken or are we overtaken?
No, he's letting the guy because he's like a lap ahead of us. We wouldn't have gone down, but I think because Chris had just paid for tyres when they had to go back in for the fast repair, it's put us a lap down. And they didn't have them, we got a fat penalty.
We only got a drive-through, right?
We didn't get a drive-through.
It's very good. For hitting car 78 or something.
No, they got a drive-through for hitting us.
Oh, we reported them.
That's what that screenshot says. Lucas, read what I said again. I'll
Luke Racing head into the multi-sway, we flashed them, made a successful pass on the 48. As we cleared it, we were driving better in the back of us.
Yeah.
We
no, we're in the message
we're
where
first one to race.
Yeah, I said we were the first report and the first outcome of racing the split, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I misread it, I guess.
I hope we get a trophy for that. To be fair, I think the live studing is a really good, deterrent. Because I've not seen as much tomfoolery as usual.
Weirdly clean.
Don't say that. Not the C word. We're so getting dive bombed, it's so over now, Alex. Thanks a lot.
W Schnur? Work?
What?
J Schnur? Job?
Oh my god. Because aren't you employed?
Maybe.
Alex, are you employed yet?
Thank God, no. I'm not getting can't even say it. I don't want to say it on live stream. I want to get the channel banned.
Well, I appreciate it. I wanted to come back and ask a question, actually. So I'm reading through some of the conversation in the Sandbagging Report channel. I obviously hear what you guys are talking about, and it seems like you guys are pretty aware of it too. There's been a report made about P1, but there's also discussion about Team BRT also driving back through some of the field after having to tow a couple of times. So I guess, bearing in mind that this is split 2, there's, you know, obviously admins may be listening, so I guess that's my fair warning. But I guess, what is your family-friendly opinion, possibly? You know, what do you think about that? I mean, it is split 2, so I don't know that. I guess I'm willing to learn from you guys. You guys are the ones driving. I'll learn here, but I'll state kind of how I see it. I do find it might be hard to sandbag into split 2, because I think it'd be pretty hard to find that fine line of being just slow enough to not make split 1 by 1 spot, it seems like, for the 74 car. But I'm curious what you guys think, and if we can have a little conversation about it, because it's interesting for sure.
I think if you have I've raced Patrick in a 24-hour race of a cause. It's like some charity event we ran, and I was able to keep up with him in the rain and in the dry as well. But here he seems to like disappear. He's currently 3 seconds quicker, 3 seconds quicker than P2. I think it's very odd, but it's not really our race at the moment.
Well, yeah, but if I was to play devil's advocate from both sides, I could see the argument that it is quite suspicious that somebody who's nearly 10k had a pre-quali lap that puts them around the average of split 2 anyway, I'm pretty sure. I don't know the exact numbers, but that's what I heard. But I could also see how, you know, maybe he had a bad read and he didn't have time to do a second one, because I know he only did one from reading the sandbagging chat. So I don't know whether he just had a bad run on his first attempt and then didn't have the time. Obviously sim racing isn't a job for a lot of people.
They're sorry.
Shut up, Lucas. But I can also understand the frustration. We're not frustrated because it's definitely not our race, but of the guys at the front that, you know, they're getting dusted essentially, if we're being completely frank. by a 10k. But, you know, it's racing, sim or not, stuff happens. He could have just had a bad read, because they were the top of this split. They were one split away. There is a couple guys who are the same kind of I rating as everybody else in here. So, I don't know. It depends on how you look at it. From where I see it, I'd rather let the stewards decide, because I don't know enough. And I don't want to potentially slander somebody who just had a bad quali run. But if anybody else knows more in here...
Yeah, I feel like it'd be like super difficult to roll out like malicious intent, because there's just no way that you can accurately predict exactly what lap time you need to do to, you know, just be outside of split 1. And I feel like that alone kind of rules out that they did it completely on purpose. But then again, maybe it was an accident and they were expecting to get into split 2, but that, you know, they went a bit too quick or whatever and cut it close. Who knows?
Yeah, but what I was gonna say, Alex, is that I disagree with people being able to do lap times to the exact tenth, because Luke, who's in here, I've seen him do it. I've seen a couple of like really high I rating drivers drive to exact numbers because they just know it. But I would have to look at the pre-quali and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe if you're able to take a look at his Garage 61 and take a look at what lap times he was doing in practice, and then compare it to his pre-quali.
I am not cyber stalking this guy.
That's for the stewards.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was like,
yeah.
there's no way we're catching him, so...
I don't think he has his Garage 61 public. I don't see why he would do that.
No.
Isn't he Williams Esports? I
Yeah,
feel that as well. See, I can also get the frustration that he's the only person that I know that's in here that's that level. But as I've said about 8 million times, he could have just had a bad run and either didn't want to because he was upset about it, or just didn't go again because he didn't have the time. I'm sure the stewards have a system in place with things you have to satisfy for it to be sandbagging, so I guess we'll wait to see what they say, because they have all the information.
And I would say I think it's interesting because I think he still makes top 20 of all hypercar times in pre-Q, right? Because I think they took 18 or so to split 1, maybe a little more.
18, yeah.
Sorry, I was just helping Alex.
So yeah, if not top 20, definitely top 30. Like that's pretty impressive when you have 200 some odd entries, and when you consider the full 600 in some entries across all 12 splits, for this group to be kind of the best of the rest, top 50, you know, top 100, I guess, of all entries, I think is pretty impressive. Like I think it's a very interesting kind of convergence of some really top guys who are just a tick off, and some guys who are trying to get there, maybe had a really good Q run. I think, is that fair to say?
I suppose so, yeah. I mean, as I said, none of us have all the information. So it would be interesting to know how much he missed top split by. That would interest me.
I'm pretty sure it was very, very fine margins.
It was,
I mean, it does confuse me a little bit why somebody who's so quick, somebody who drives for an organisation that's known for pushing, wouldn't go again. But there's nothing in the rules that I know of that says if you had a bad run, you have to go again, unless. I mean,
I don't see why you would use 1 or 2 for attempts. Because obviously you want to try the highest split possible. That's my. I would try to aim for the highest split possible, and if that means that it's me using 2 of my 3 attempts, then it's gonna do that.
I mean, we know Williams Esports, they do the absolute most to get that advantage. Like, look at Daytona 23. They use the the tarpaulin or whatever. The apron.
I think this is very prejudiced statement.
What? Which bit? The thing about driving on the apron, or?
Yeah, knowing them for like to push, because he's obviously not doing this with Williams. He's not doing it.
No, that's not the point we're making. I think me and Alex are getting at the fact that he drives for an organisation that's known for doing well, so it's not a surprise that he's, you know, levels ahead of other people. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're 10k and you drive for Williams, I assume he gets paid for it. Then.
Well, yeah, that's the only like kind of alarm bell, and I wouldn't say, because I don't know anything else. I just find it weird that a 10k would have a read that only puts him in second split and then wouldn't go again. But as I said, he doesn't have to go again. So I think it's up to the stewards.
Yeah.
They've been making good decisions over there from what I've seen.
So I guess I will chime in one more time and then leave you guys to it for now. Looking into the pre-queue, less than a tenth of a second. So
half a tenth, I just checked.
Yeah.
It's basically if Patrick would have done the same lap times as his two teammates. Two of his teammates would have 24/7. If he would have done that, they would have been very close to yeah. I think we should.
Well, congratulations, guys. You're up to P9. I think we can kind of leave it there for now. I definitely want to circle back to you guys, so be ready in the nighttime portion if you're still around, and hopefully you still are. Maybe a position or two higher even. You guys did a fantastic job, and I will say as well, we have something we do called Driver of the Day. In this case, it's kind of Team of the Day. You guys are nominated for it, so...
Are we winning the vote? I haven't.
So
no, we aren't.
You're a couple of votes back of Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, who's currently leading as GT3 leader.
Fair enough.
But if you have any friends and family, feel free, share the link.
I have family. I don't know about friends.
I'm using my 1 million Google Alt accounts. People be on top.
But
because you're not supposed to tell them that.
Oh, my bad. It's all of my it's all of my 1,000 girlfriends. Don't worry.
Oh boy. Well, it's been a lot of fun sitting with you guys. Like I said, congrats on moving up a little bit more, and we'll check in again later.
Yeah. Cool.
See you later.
Bye.
And that has been Unlucky Luck Racing in second split. And you know, I don't want to go too much further than we've already gone. I think it's a touchy subject for some, for sure, this subject of sandbagging. But I think my stance would be pretty simply, it's pretty hard, I think, to sandbag into a second split. You would have to be very specific in what you were doing. I don't think there's much there. I think we have a pretty organic field, and it just happens to have some of the top guys and some guys that are trying to get there. I think that's about as good as you can put it. So I think we have a really good field. I'm very satisfied with the fact that we're up to second split from fourth split last year. We have some really top-notch teams in here, some really great drivers. So props all around. Been a fantastic race so far. Not much has changed throughout the time that we sat in with Unlucky Luck Racing. The only thing really was North Sim Racing GTP Yellow. We can go on board of them here, which is Ricardo Groppi moving into the second position squarely by 9 seconds over Team DWR. And if you look at pace here, I think they're still on wets. Looking at pace, about a second quicker normally than Team DWR. That lap was a little bit slower than the 80 car behind them, but it sways one way or the other. BRT and Basic Ollie have fallen down to the fourth spot. I'm unsure as to exactly what would have happened, but it looks like there might be some scrapes there on the left side of their car. That, or it's just some dirt that looks awfully like a scrape. And actually Team DWR comes in and will make a stop. And this, I suspect, will be for slicks. It's really hard to tell in the dark, but those look like slicks going on the car. And it'll be Imran Azar getting back in this number 80. Who, I see the YouTube chat about somebody crashing. Who crashed? Was that BRT having a slight crash? Because they look okay. I mean, Ollie is still well up front. Ah, the number 80. Well, they're in the pit lane. I don't see... Well, they've been there for a while. They didn't tow in, but they seem to have... Yeah, they're taking an extra bit of time. Let's go back and check the replay. So they do have some left rear damage. Let's go back a little bit further. I wonder... It's really easy to tip some walls through that Porsche curve section, but... Let's watch this back. I don't see the damage there on the left rear. We're right on board. While we do so, I want to mention that we, of course, have some great partners here at Pit Stop TV, Whiplash SimCams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. So shout out to all of our partners. Definitely check them out. You can get these cameras for sale on the Whiplash SimCam's Discord server. All of these car and track cameras are available. This is where I suspect something would have happened, if anything. Oh boy. That's not good. That's a big incident with the 979. Remember that 979 crashed while we were in interview, while we were in team comms with Unlucky Luck. So that is rather significant, actually, and it's impressive that even through all of these small little incidents, we have not yet had any sort of safety car. We have gone now 7 hours, no safety car in this race, and I hate to imagine that we're likely going to miss the safety car here on the stream because we will be shutting down within about an hour, maybe hour and a half. Oh, got the wall, backs it in, nowhere for that number 80 to go. That's solid contact in every regard. Hugh Haycox, it seems, behind the wheel again. Unfortunate. We do have a problem here for Toretto's tune-ups. Jeffrey Langerak. That's not good. They were leading this race for a significant portion of time in LMP2. I felt like they were the best team for a while, just got loose. And that's likely hitting some wet spot. And he's on slicks, it looks like. This is that conversion hour, if you will, trying to find the sweet spot to switch over. He's definitely on slicks. You can tell that as much wheel is in there. He's on dry tires. Right there, got the paint. Oh my gosh, broadside, nobody hit him. Very lucky. So that's that replay for Toretto's tune-ups. They now drop to 4th behind Fury Simsport and Samantha Tan Racing. And Samantha Tan Racing started this race from pole in class. Very fun to watch in the early goings as they've rotated through a couple of drivers now. They were my nomination for Team of the Day. As the 80 continues to sit in pit lane, this has to be agonizing. They were so good, second place for a long time, and now have to face significant repairs to the front and side of that race car, and you know, the fast repair will bail you out once, but it seems they might have used it already, or they feel like it's better to take these repairs, and it does look like they've already used their fast repair, so they've already used that fast fix, and the hypercars are starting to dwindle. Most of the GT3 cars, all but 2 are left in, but we've already got 2 retirements out of hypercar, 3 more in the pit lane right now. It's not looking good for the hypercar category currently, but there goes our race leader on to lap 113. And the pace has picked up. It's about a 3:52, which is still slow, still off pace for the hypercar, but getting better slowly. North Sim Racing now into second, as they have been actually. BRT third. That moment for the number 80, that crash, does promote Fury Sim Sport and Max Delyden to the 4th position. Vesta Sport Green must have had some kind of bump in the road, as they now ride in 5th with Michael Zakola behind the wheel. There's a couple of teams we haven't really talked about within Hypercar, those being IFR Esports. Here's a look at them. Down in 8th spot, and you know, we really haven't really talked about Delta V either. Here's Christophe Demey in a Porsche. They're 7th. We've also kind of skipped over Echelon Sim Sport a lot today. They are in the pit lane taking service. It looks like maybe they switch over to dry tires for them. And Orbit Drop Bear Mars, while their counterparts, their teammates down in GT3 have pretty well dominated the last several hours, Daniel Yeaman and Orbit Drop Bear Mars are trying to right the ship. They're 3 laps down right now, and nearly 30 seconds back of Echelon Simsport Hypercar. So they've got some work to do to make it into the top 10. Satellite Racing Galaxy also has been kind of glossed over. One of our few Cadillacs in the field, as the 35 will pass them. That's Vesta Sport Green. And here comes another Cadillac. I believe that is going to be... Is that DPR Racing? No. That might be Somatic? No. Who is that? Aha! Found it. Davey Walker. Walker. I'm not really sure. But DLR SimLab Orange is that top Cadillac in 6th position. Let's drop down into LMP2. Hello Twitch has been in control for the last while in LMP2. Konstantin Soldatov behind the wheel. A significant drive out of them lately. They started this race a little bit deeper, 28th spot, currently 17th overall, and we have 21 hypercars. So they started 7th in class and have raced to the front. Smetatam Racing mentioned they are up to 2nd. Fury Simsport Blue, here they are, passing the number 22 Ferrari, it looks like, in GT3. Is that a Ferrari? I think so. Owen Lunn behind the wheel here for Fury Simsport Blue, as they have tracked up to the 3rd spot. They also started relatively deep in the field and have moved on through. Aztec has recovered up to 5th spot right now behind Toretto's Tune-Ups. 6 seconds separating those two teams. Got a decent focus on LMP2. I feel like we've documented a lot of that class, but much of GT3 I feel like has been neglected. So let's change that. Connor Nixon down in the number 025 for Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, currently leading the Team of the Day vote. Congratulations to them thus far. Still some time to go for Duncan Dudes, Unlucky Luck Racing, and Samantha Tan Racing. Down in second, Aerocinetics Green. We sat in with their teammates in Hypercar earlier, but Charlie Bobby behind the wheel. Undoubtedly, I'd imagine. Well, I was say an American, but a Brit, it seems. Team Unknown. Back here in the third spot in a McLaren. It's McLaren really across the board up front. Top 3, top 4 with Mac Racing. Top 5 with Hayden Veld and Evolution Racing Team. Call it top 6 with Arctic Sim Sport. Call it top 7 with Garrick McRae, finally behind the wheel now for Impact Sim Sport. Arctic Sim Sport Academy, also a McLaren as they get passed up by the number 111 in Hypercar. Maxence Fivet in Undercut Racing Team Red, also in a McLaren. And your top 10 gets broken up by Walk Racing Federation. How about that? A Mercedes making its way in to the GT3 top 10. Hyperion Racing runs in the 11th spot. That's Willie Brennan behind the wheel. Echelon Sim Sport Black runs 12th. That's Joshua Burke. Team Red X runs 13th. Sam Rose. And that is a McLaren. I misspoke earlier when I called it a Ferrari. Another Mercedes for Leonardo Dragota in Orion Race Team 444. Venari Racing Red. Another McLaren. Lars Kirschbaum behind the wheel. Absolute Motorsport Acelith. That'll be another McLaren for Marco Massetti. And another McLaren. Alexander Morris. Australia-wide Racing Blue. We'll move on the line. 4 more cars to go in GT3. Down in 18th, it's Daniel Polton, a McLaren. For Antic Motorsports, we sat in with them for a little bit. Then in the 19th spot, Instinct Racing. Dominic Cram behind the wheel of that McLaren. Stefan McCartain, finally a true Ferrari. One Performance Racing 51. And down in 21st, the final of the cars left running in this race, Nelson Simoes. That is 21st spot, car number 25, Core Motorsports. One car to the pits, taking service. That's going to be Michael Zakola for none other than Vesta Sport Green as they take their latest service. And I think we've been lucky to have a relatively eventful race to this point. We haven't really had... This is the first... Oh, dear. I just heard skidding, and it looks like the 35 can count their lucky stars that that's all that happened to them, because that was some cold tires for sure. Definitely going to be a debris flag there in the Dunlop chicane. But I think this has been a very lucky race for us to have. It's been rather eventful. Not much... Well, not much of a dry race, both in terms of rain and action. We've got a problem, though, for Toretto's tune-ups. It's going to be a little bit before I find this, but they are dropping down the order rapidly. Just got to keep going back. This is where they pitted. We saw their spin. I didn't think it'd be enough for them to pit and be in the pit lane for an amount of time, but clearly I was wrong. Three Oceans Racing also in the pit lane. Fury Sim Sport Blue will be released. Seems like scheduled stops here in LMP2. Let's make sure they get back on the pit lane okay, or get back off the pit lane rather. This is now Michael Poole in for Fury Sim Sport Blue. So while we have a brief lull in the action, I want to take a look at what's upcoming for us here at Pit Stop TV. As we talked about earlier, the Majors 24 obviously continues on for the next 16 and a half hours and a little bit of extra change there. Then Thursday, it's out to Italy and the Mugello circuit for the North American Racing League in their 8th season running of GT3 racing. And these guys mean business. They've added a heat race to their daily race lineup. Some top drivers will be joining us this season, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Some pros and amateurs hitting the racetrack, Division 1 and Division 2. GT3s for 8 races begins Thursday, June 26th. They'll have nearly a month off until the second race, but this is a good time for them to get warmed up and get into the racing spirit, if you will, at the first round at Mugello. Then we have some time off until Thursday, July 10th. We'll split Thursdays this summer between the North American Racing League and the Sim Auto Racing Association late model stocks and super late models for the Impel Motorsports National Tour. If you're new to oval racing, this might be a great one for you to tune in for. It is grassroots oval racing at its finest, a quarter-mile high-banked bull ring mixing bowl with some of the hardest cars to drive in short track racing. And it'll be in action, I believe, for 200, maybe might even be 300 laps. But a significant race for sure that is definitely worth watching. You can catch all of these and more on our social media platforms and across the internet. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and X. We'd appreciate some follows across the board as we move forward in our sim racing coverage in 2025. Of course, a shout out goes out to the Majors Garage. So many baseline setups, and I wouldn't call them baseline, they're proper racing setups that you can go racing with in this Majors 24, crafted by the builders at Majors Garage to help you get up to pace in your next race. Also want to give a big shout out to our partners here at Pit Stop TV, Whiplash SimCams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. Taking in some scenic views around the racetrack. Of course, this is the legendary Le Mans circuit. I'm not going to try and exercise my lack of French right now, but I will say very interesting that we have still yet to see a safety car of any sort, and I have to imagine one has to be ready to come out soon. I can't imagine we go much further without one, but I also have a feeling as soon as we shut the broadcast down for this opening portion, which is now in extra time, I can't help but imagine as soon as we shut off, there's going to be a yellow and we'll end up missing it. But here's Orbit Dropper Saturn to the pit lane. Driver change, Connor Nixon coming out. Taylor Oakes out of New Zealand, going to get in. And this seems to more or less be the mark for GT3 teams, as Aerocinetics Green is also in the pit lane. Arctic Simsport then expected within a lap or so. And most of the field seems like they've swapped over to slicks at this point in time. A little bit off there for Aerocinetics Green, but shouldn't hurt them too terribly. They might lose a spot for now, but that's okay. There is still time to vote for your team of the day. Of course, brought to you by the North American Racing League, a valued partner here of Pit Stop TV. Duncan Dudes, Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, Unlucky Luck Racing, and Samantha Tan Racing across the 3 classes are available for your choosing. Most cars are back on slicks, and it's showing. Last lap time for Duncan Dudes. Matthew Bassett now back behind the wheel. Last lap down to a 3:41 as we approach dry conditions once again. There's still some spray, and we go back to weather conditions. Of course, it's cooled down significantly, as you'd imagine. The wind has dropped, nearly none, nearly completely still out there. It's still mostly cloudy, which is going to hold the moisture in the track. The humidity value for some reason is not working, but it's decently humid in the sim. And of course, being nighttime, it's going to take a significant amount longer to truly dry out. The rain tires, the wet tires will do their job to disperse water. And of course, pulling water up through spray will help as well, but that only does so much. We're kind of relying on atmospheric conditions to help as well, and with it being cold and wet still, it's going to take a little bit longer, but these teams have found a dry line, have made the switch over. You just got to walk that fine line like a tightrope. Well, let's drop in with Aerocinetics Red. Should they be so accepting? I know they're a little bit mired in the hypercar field, but they were enthusiastic earlier. Let's jump in with them and go check in with Aerocinetics Red. How are you guys doing?
The 15 or 16, sorry.
Doing good. Our pace is feeling really good. But,
our pace is better than P3 right now. I'm able to keep the gap behind the same, or I'm pulling away. He's never really catching me unless I make a big mistake. So we could have been P3 if we didn't have that LMP2 incident, with a couple that kind of followed up because of it. But so I think we can definitely still make our way to top 10.
Very good, and I seem to recall shortly after we left you guys earlier, Tyler, maybe a connection drop because Brandon suddenly got in the car. What happened there?
My screen froze. I have no clue what happened. It's never happened before, ever. I mean, like, ever since I played, I've never had this happen in any game. And I'm just coming out of the last chicane, all of a sudden the picture stays frozen. I hear everything, I can move, because obviously I was driving, and I came to a stop. And then Brandon just helped me kind of reverse off the track, because I couldn't see, so he kind of guided me. And then then my game just crashed, so I have no clue. Zero.
Well, I'm glad things seem to be sorted for the time being, and I'll knock on wood just to be safe. So then I guess I'll pivot over to Brandon. How was your time in the car? Was it cut short? I mean, there was a lot going on, very rapidly changing conditions from dry to wet to dry to wet. What was that like?
It was very tricky, but man, those are the conditions I love the most. I feel like I just really lock in when the conditions are really changeable, and I'm one of the fastest people on track, if not the fastest, when it's really changeable. Yeah, I just wish we were in a better position so we could take advantage of our pace, but we're doing good right now, and we got 16 more hours, so we'll claw back whenever we can. Just keep our head down.
And you're one of those teams that is doing this with just 3 drivers. How much more taxing is that? You know, I'm looking at even your pre-Q results, and you guys made sure to get the most of your money's worth with 7 attempts for Brandon, 5 for Tyler, 4 for Diogo, and that's not at all like it. That's fine. Like you guys need more attempts. That's part of it. So. Obviously, that's a little more work for each of you guys. What's that like doing 3 as opposed to 4 or 5 or 6?
Well, it's fine for now, but you know we've only done 6 hours or so. Probably be a good question about 12 hours, see how we're doing. But as of right now, we're good. It's definitely going to be a little bit more taxing. We had a 4th, but he ended up having to drop out. But yeah, I mean we got a good group of guys. We're all really good, and yeah, should go well for the rest of the race.
I know a big topic of conversation for prototypes to lap the slower cars, whether it was hypercars lapping both slower classes, or even still the LMP2s passing GT3s and making room for hypercars, is you know the dry versus wet line. Oh my
gosh!
Oh my god. And that is exactly what we've been talking about all race, is we have had the most horrible luck with LMP2s all race. We had one that just turned into us on the straight, and then we've had 2 that have almost killed us, and that was so close. I'm gonna need to change my pants after this. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh my freaking god, dude. I thought that was it. I saw him getting squirrely, and then all of a sudden he went straight, so I kept going, and then all of a sudden he just knifes to the left. Holy crap.
Replay up on the broadcast.
God,
this
dude.
is got squirrely, got straightened, and then got back on pain, and wow.
That was crazy.
LMP2s, dude. I mean, what that almost happened to Brandon through Tetra Rouge. LMP2 went a little wide, was on the paint, it was going left, right, left, right, left, right as Brandon was trying to pass, and we also thought that was going to be it. But holy, that was way too close.
Slowing this replay down and showing just how close it was. And yeah, that was a code brown, as they say. But aside from that, there's been
moving on.
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation about, you know, the wet versus dry line in these particular conditions. GT3 is kind of sitting in the middle of the road down the Mulsanne, for example. How big of a deal has that been? Has it affected you at all? Because, of course, then you've got to go to the left or right to pass them, and that could put you into wet conditions with slick tires. So, what's that been like?
Honestly, thinking about it, I haven't really had that problem yet. I'm sure Brandon has to let him add, but I actually like it when they sit in the middle, because then, you know, it lets me choose, and, you know, once I choose, I know where I am. You know, when they're on the left or the right, you know, you choose the left, and then sometimes they actually want to go to the right. So if they just sit in the middle on the main line, which is the fast line, which is what they're supposed to do, in my opinion, is kind of just hold their normal race line, which for GTDs is going to be that middle white line on both straights. It allows us to kind of get around them quicker, because we expect them to be on that middle line, you know, so it's almost more preferable that they take that middle and let us choose which side we want to be on.
Fair enough.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's fine for 95% of the time, but when it's like really raining down like it was an hour or so ago, it gets kind of tricky, because if you're like completely blind and then you gotta like cross over when there's heavy standing water on the track, that white line in the middle, you start to aquaplane a little bit actually, and that happened to me a couple times where the rears just started spinning up. But other than that, it's not really that big of a deal. When they're battling, they usually block the whole track, and then it kind of gets a little tricky. You got to go onto the extra road a little bit, but yeah, not too bad overall.
Well, I will sit back and think of a couple more questions to ask you guys as time goes on. I will ask real quick, how close are you guys to your next stop?
We are
9 laps.
9 laps.
Plenty of time. Cool. Well, my colleagues have left me. We're into extra time because of the software issues we had earlier, so I will sit back and let you guys do your thing and think of some more questions. In the meantime, best of luck.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Looks like P7 and P8 crashed, by the way.
Yeah, I've seen something, and then P9 was also still, now he's gone.
Yeah. Well, that's nice for us. There's IFR Esports there in the pits. And DLR.
There's P18, there's where we were a few laps ago. Yellow flag. Oh, it's gone now. My heart is still racing from that LMP2 dude. Oh my god. I saw him, but I was like, there's nothing I could really do. I mean, if I had slowed down, it almost would have been worse. I think honestly, me just not slowing down is what made it better, because I was able to get by. If I'd slowed down, I would have either gone right into him or he would have hit us.
Yeah. No, it was heads up driving right there.
But yeah, I could see him out of the pit lane. He was like left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right,
Dude,
left,
yeah,
right, and then he got it straight. So I was like, oh, he got it, and then all of a sudden he just turns left, just out of nowhere. Like he was like fishtailing, started to go straight. I was like, okay, he got traction again, and then just boom, immediate left.
Yeah. But GT3 just looped it onto the Mulsanne. Oh boy. IFR's still in the pits. They might still be towing, I'm not sure.
I mean, still, yeah.
Are they still towing? Yeah, they are.
Yep.
Jeez.
Who's towing? What happened?
IFR. They're still in the pits.
P13.
Actually. Yeah. And then DLR, they're still towing as well. Their car is bad. They got messed up. Okay, IFR's going again. They had a fast repair. Oh yeah.
I'll go back and watch when I get out, because I gotta see how close that was.
Ooh, yeah. Jeez. Yeah, that's a big one.
Damn. Which team was that?
DLR.
Damn. Hey, yeah, their car is fucked, yeah, completely.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, LMP2.
Oh, dude, there was an LMP2 sideways on the Porsche curb exit one time. Like, I mean, laterally sideways.
Oh, another one.
I've been dodging LMP2s left and right.
Yeah, your pace is really nice. Alright, stay on the dry, stay on the dry line. As much as it sucks. Still wet, you might have to stick behind.
That's the 214. No way, I cannot believe they're P4.
What? Hold on. Oh my gosh. Wow. Must have been getting crazy in P2s. Oh, that got behind just fun.
I seen that. That was close.
Pushing a little bit too hard.
For real.
So here's a question for you guys. How much do you guys look to some of the top teams in the class for either examples of when to switch tires, for example, or maybe how to take a certain corner? I know you're coming up on that Ferrari. That was tight into the Porsche curves, but how much do you guys look to, like, for example, basic Ollie or Duncan dudes? I mean, do you look at them at all for examples or no?
Not so much for like lines. I think we have a really good handle on that, but definitely for strategy, it's good to know like what the leaders are doing. I mean, they're in the lead for a reason, so taking everything we can get from them certainly helps us. So why not use it? Takes a little bit of load off of our plate.
And of course, you know, everybody knows, I would think, right? Curving, paint, when that's wet, that's like ice. But how treacherous has it been at the worst of times? Because we've seen a lot of you guys still...
Ask Brandon about Indianapolis.
Well, there's that, and we've seen some of these guys still tip, you know, getting some of the curbing in Dunlop, for example, or even here through the S's, maybe not so much through the S's, but little bits of curbing here and there, even when it has been soaked. So how bad has that been?
It's not necessarily bad. It's more so you just gotta respect it. I think the second you start going like, you know, putting too much dip on your chip, that chip starts to break real quick. So it's really just respecting the track limits and just where the dry lines are.
What the most deadly part is the paint, especially that paint, like going in Indianapolis, how you have that quick right. If you go too wide in the wet, trying to coast through it and carry speed, you go off to the left side and hit that paint, you're not making the corner, you're going to go straight off into the wall. We know, we won't talk about Brandon's incident in that corner, I'm just, you know, making up a random incident in mind. But another one that's happened to me a few times is like Porsche curbs. I'll come in a little hot thinking I'm good, kind of run it wide. As soon as you nick the outside, like blue paint or whatever color it is, the car just goes straight instantly. You just have to commit to going straight and saving it, and, you know, not putting it in the wall. And that's probably the tricky part. It's that slick paint, especially after the Porsche curbs before the Ford chicanes. If you come out of the Porsche curbs, that corner before the pit entrance, if you go wide and hit that blue, huge area of blue paint, you're just gonna hydroplane. And if you're not keeping the car straight, you're going to end up sideways and dead.
How about when you just went through the Daytona chicane here on the backstretch, the Mulsanne straight? What's it been like there? Because we've seen many mistakes made through the chicanes trying to get the right braking point, the right line. I think it's underrated how tricky those corners are in the rain.
I haven't had too much of an issue just coming out of the rain. It's definitely just, you got to respect the curves. Like, you can't abuse the curves like you normally do. You have to kind of use a little less curbing, or even not use any curbing really at all. So it's really just like Brandon said. Really, it just comes down to you gotta respect it. You can't just hit it like it's dry. You know, you have to know it's wet, and you kind of respect that about it. As we talk, I'm catching P2. I don't know if he's having an issue. But yeah, you just gotta respect the curbs, really, and it's just the paint, really, that's more deadly. Like the big areas of paint, especially the straight. If you dip your tires off the left sides of the road, I mean, all that red, that's all paint. You go there, you're just gonna be spinning your lefts.
And a question for Diogo, if you don't mind. Of course, you've not been in the car yet, to my knowledge, so you're going to be handed the car, I'd imagine, here sometime soon, maybe a couple hours still, but regardless, during the night. And night, possible rain still on the way, certainly... Ooh, good catch. Certainly possibility of foggy conditions and moist conditions. Are you concerned at all? Have you done any extra prep while these guys have been racing? You know, what's your outlook there?
As soon as we knew the timeline, basically, we knew that there were only 3 drivers, me, Brandon, and Tyler, so we basically put ourselves a job. And my job is driving at night, and at least in Portugal it's nighttime already, so it's easier for me and easier for them. And basically the practice that I've been doing is only rain, basically. I knew that the rain was coming at night with a bit of fog, so I did a bit of practice, and I think it's fine. I did.
Am I still here? Or did
a good number of stints during the night and on the rain, a lot of rain on the official servers, and it felt fine actually. Me and Brandon are already experienced with the rain as we run the mech, and we've been running fine. We almost every time we are the fastest, at least on the rain. So it's another race.
All right, well, I'll sit back for a few more minutes. Might have a couple more questions in a few, but again, good job so far, guys, and we'll keep watching.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tyler, I just deafened you while you were going through a tricky part of the track.
That's why. I just suddenly stopped talking. I was like, he stopped talking, or did I get disconnected? I was like, I was a little worried.
Not again, please.
Yeah. How's this track starting to feel?
Good.
In my view, I don't have a single puddle now. So yeah.
Yeah, just a little wet line, no puddles.
The wet line is still slick though. Like when you go off to pass somebody, it's still slick.
Yeah.
Rain in 45 minutes.
You know, I was just getting ready to ask, because while I have the UI hidden, I can't see that. So I was curious, you know, what's iRacing telling you guys as far as approaching rain? And you said it sounds like 45 minutes. Is that for sure?
45 minutes, 100%. Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's the next phase, basically.
Yeah, from 12:45 a.m.
Why is Tom flashing me from 1.5 seconds back?
He's a fan.
He knows you're on stream.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are actually getting ready in a lap or so to pass the team that we spoke with last. And, oh, I'll shut up.
Yeah. At least he passed you.
Yeah, we're good.
Good recovery there. So I'll cut this short. I'll be sure to check in with you guys on the far side of the night. Best of luck, and hopefully everything goes well.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Andrew.
Or if the McLaren would just hold his line, like he goes.
Lap. Yeah, and you
That's
can do
your
some
problem.
laps in a minute.
Yeah, if you want to, but you don't, so I'm gonna do it. What do you want to do, Lucas? Lucas, spooky.
No.
Okay, then don't get Alex.
Oh.
Bleu 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 bleu.
Stop
Bleu
pressing
bleu
boy.
Where did he watch me? I can't find it.
I just clicked on stream.
Yeah, on the stream. Yeah, 6 minutes.
Yeah, I know,
to be
but
playing.
6 minutes back. He didn't watch the whole thing though. Like when I was trying to
No,
go
it's
back.
6
to
He cut
Oh, yeah,
to the
yeah,
live
oh, yeah.
cam and you
Oh, yeah.
driving against the pit wall trying to find your way in.
Yeah, it was like fully on screen. You like it looks. You look like a person that like waked up in the middle of the night to find the toilet. Like you literally look like that. It was amazing. Okay, I got the 40-second hold.
That's awkward.
And then the 3 minutes stop. Then the 3 minute optionals. Are you taking them?
I'm now taking the optionals. Okay, the 40-second is gone, so now I need to wait for another 3.5 minutes. How far is the rain away? We are gonna be lap 6 down, so we're gonna be 6 lap downs on the leader. But we are gonna be for
rain in 40.
In 40 minutes.
Okay,
Actually, this could work out well. Could it be at the end of your stint? Let's go.
14 minutes or 4D?
40. 40.
40. Oh, that would be perfect. Yeah. And then I do need to do one stint into the rain, right?
Yep, and then
Yeah, okay. Yeah, got it, Lucas. I'll keep the car safe, you know that.
Hey guys, just checking in.
Oh no, oh no.
He's been there for the past 5 minutes. He's been there for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've been here for a couple minutes. So I was actually sitting in with the team that's getting ready to pass you guys, and I saw you guys in the pit lane and said, "Uh-oh, that's not where you guys were before." So who was in the car? I guess your words.
Alex,
what happened?
Alex was trying to find if he was able to find the pit lane without front lights, and well, he succeeded, but
yeah, it took a bit of time.
Yeah.
We're doing some side quests because it's getting quite boring.
We need more XP. You should. I don't know if you were watching on the stream, but we drove from. Is it the Forger cones or the Porsche curves? One of those. Porsche curves all the way back to the pit lane with no front headlights and no traffic to guide us. It was great. We were all screaming directions at poor Alex.
We're about to watch it right now, actually, in the replay.
Oh, maybe Alex should have shoved it in.
Yeah, watch it from cockpit cam. Pretty hilarious.
Pretty hilarious, pinched into the wall.
Mark says Chris Myers is driving. Real Chris, you're doing?
Yeah, it was Chris.
Oh, I was driving. Yeah, man. Sorry, steering wheel went out. Yeah, shit.
Hashtag ban the Chris.
Real.
Hey, the DLR car disappeared.
Yeah, look at this, mate. We were just guessing.
Hey, boys, we got our front end back. We got our front headlights back. We got our headlights.
Yes.
Well, we're about to sign off for our opening portion of coverage. Of course, we extended it because of the software issues earlier, but I wanted to revisit it and see, how does this change your guys' outlook? Of course, it sounds like you're in decently high spirits, even though the car was pretty well binned. It sounds like you're at least making light of it. So, I mean,
we're so winning.
We are praying. We are praying for a server restart, which puts us back on the lead lap.
We are also praying for a very generous and long safety car period also.
Can we have
that's only going to gain us 1 lap back.
I'm gonna make a few calls to make that happen.
Yeah, no. We have got live stewarding. They can give us manual wayby. So I'm saying. I am looking very. If the stewards are online, stewards maybe give us a safety car like right around 40 minutes from now. That would be perfect for the rain. Love it. I'm gonna go back out now. So.
Chris, do we have? Yeah, we do have headlights. Okay. Wait, was that part of the optionals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should not be.
So, I could have gone out without headlights.
We're not close to being drive of the day anymore. We're currently last.
Oh god.
What about damage of the day? Is that an award they give out maybe?
DLR had way more damage.
Yeah, DLR is still in the pit lane, and we had damage.
I think they did the exact same, but they totaled it a bit more.
It's fine. We have 12 hours to lead the destructors.
Yeah, how did DLR die? Where'd they die?
They did the exact. I think they did very similar to you.
Who was driving?
Oh my god, look how wide the
John Paul
dry
Taylor.
line is now. Alex, you got robbed.
What? Like legit, you got robbed. The dry line is now perfect.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, as I said like 8 million times, it was gonna happen to somebody. The dry line was so small. But if you stayed on wets, you were gonna lose so much. So lose.
Okay, boys, P14, let's get it on, boys. Let's get it on.
We're only a lap behind P13, so P13.
No, we're 2 laps behind.
Oh, is it not updated yet? That's great. We're still ahead of DLR. That's what matters. And we are no longer.
Yeah.
That's not.
Oh, I'm requesting a tow.
Yeah, mate.
Mate, I didn't do anything.
I can't do this anymore. Is it?
Mate,
are we done?
Mate, I didn't even like. Okay, I missed the apex a little bit, but like I cut the curve, and I was like, yeah, pretty much, and the car just got up, and the rear just went nah.
Chris, you know where the curb is? The dry light ends as you go onto the curb. You need it to be a little bit more to the right.
Yeah, no, like it literally, like right when I touched the curb, it just boom and bounced the back off.
How much damage do we have now?
Oh, a lot.
Does it not tell you until we're done towing?
No.
Yeah, just to wait.
Oh, that's gonna be bad.
Lucas is gonna kill me. Lucas is gonna kill me.
I'm coming to them and I'm stabbing you to death, mate.
Oh, this is.
Dude, let's just drive right up until Lucas is thin and put it in the wall and dip.
No, like.
You literally just did.
Lucas. No, look. If we have now 40 minutes of repair, the rain is gonna come, it will be perfect. And then you
minutes of repair. Fuck you, man. I'm fulfilling that.
Luke, you have a choice.
Okay.
And we're now even behind the LMP2s.
Can we get like a team swap? Can we like go into the P1 car and just drive?
Yeah, because they're sandbagging anyways. Just throw this in there.
My God, Lucas.
He's mad, by the way.
I think
we're getting
Lucas,
absolutely
how many minutes repairs do we take?
I think that this is all Chris's fault for using the fast repair earlier. Blame Chris! Blame Chris!
What?
Blame Chris!
Wait. We had 3 more longer than a minute stops.
Well, guys, I appreciate your, I guess, allowing me to sit in for that.
Sorry, Andrew, for this.
It's okay. I appreciate you guys being very genuine. That was a pretty good moment. That's worth clipping. So.
Oh, fuck. Oh no! Oh
I'm gonna tell you how to rabbit.
This is gonna be such a great moment for idiots of the week.
Is the death penalty still a thing in the Netherlands? I need to make a phone call.
Well, best of luck.
Chris, we're deporting you to California.
No.
Bye, Chris.
Well, best of luck, guys, before it gets too crazy. Hopefully we see you back on the track when we come back live in however many hours that is. And, yeah, hopefully we'll talk to you then.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have a front right.
Well, so that was a listen in with Unlucky Luck Racing, and I would definitely say they're a little bit unlucky. We're going to close this broadcast out now. We wanted to sit in with them just briefly for the back end of this broadcast. So if you're a little maybe confused as to why there was some language, well, we do apologize for some language being used throughout the course of the team stream portions of these broadcasts. It's a very in-depth, if you will, very honest and genuine look in with the teams, and you will have that kind of chatter, banter, language sometimes with these teams. It's part of it. I wish we had a censor button that I could hit easier, but I appreciate everybody tuning in. We really do here at Pit Stop TV. We want to leave you with the information that all Ollie's team has just about caught North Sim Racing GTP Yellow. Tom Griggs has been ripping off some beautiful lap times, about 3 seconds faster than Ricardo Grappi, and it has been a lot of fun kind of watching this 16 car get closer and closer on the timing chart. So there is going to be a great battle for second place, and you know, I hate that we have to leave you, but we've got some more things to attend to the rest of the evening, and frankly, if I'm going to do the 6 hours in the morning, I've got to get some sleep. So even though there's rain approaching, and I'd love to stay on and catch the safety car that must be approaching at some point as well, we will leave you with a rundown of where things stand as second place runs through the wet line there a little bit. We'll keep watching this battle for second as Duncan Dudes continues to lead up top of Hypercar. North Sim Racing GTP Yellow. In fact, let's do it this way. Let's bring the ticker down and let's go through the results like this. These are, of course, unofficial as they run. Matthew Bassett for Duncan Dudes up on top, and of course this is going to show driver names, but I will give you the team names, if that makes sense. So Duncan Dudes on top at the moment, with North Sim Racing GTP Yellow in second, BRT in third, that's Tom Griggs. Vesta Sport Green in fourth, that's going to be Michael Zacola. Max Delighten in fifth place for Fury Sim Sport Red. Delta V Racing in sixth. Team DWR in seventh. Then Echelon Sim Sport, Orbit Drop Bear Mars, and DG Racing has recovered up into the top 10. That's Philip Kundigan behind the wheel of that number 73. Moving on to the next page of Hypercars, it's Mobin Khan behind the wheel for Satellite Racing Galaxy. IFR Esports has recovered onto the racetrack in there, number 717, that's Jonas Weiss. Samsung Canon Esports back on track in the 13th spot. Aerocinetics Red, we were on board with them for a while. Tyler Watson behind the wheel in 14th. Down in 15th at Hypercar, it's Gentleman Drivers, that's Stefano Crossi. Down in 16th, Unlucky Luck Racing as they take their repairs now. That's Chris Myers, we were just listening in with them most recently. DPR Racing, Hugh Haycox is in 17th spot. That is going to be, Hugh Haycox overall 27th spot, 10 laps down. Down in, let's see, next up would be DLR Sim Lab. They're 18th right now, and it seems like off the racetrack and potentially done for the day. Davey Van de Vacker last in that car. Cinematic Sensations, Julian LaBroche behind the wheel. They are 19th in class. 20th in class is Project Valoris, and then Fast Repair Motorsport GTP in last. Down in LMP2, it's going to show the overall position on the left column, the car number, then the driver name. Out front, it is Hello Twitch. That's George Sazonov, currently behind the wheel. Samantha Tan Racing in the second spot. Then Aztec Racing has recovered to third. That's Cody. Oh, I wonder why. So I guess this hasn't updated yet. Okay, so we'll do it this way. We'll call another audible. Aztec Racing. Here we go, in third spot. We jump down to 3 Oceans Racing. It's Tyler Leclerc. Down in fifth, it's Focus Racing with Tiago Rodriguez behind the wheel. In sixth, it's Fury Sim Sport Blue. Seventh, just making a pass by the pit lane, is Brandon Walker for Composite Performance. Beast Pushrod Racing, that's Soren Kroll behind the wheel. They are 8th. NGC by Margan. They've recovered from their early incident. I think they were the first incident of the race. Up to 9th spot, trying to climb back through the field. North Sim Racing P217. Pietro Schettino, North Sim Racing Gold. They are 10th. Beta Frost 888, we'll revisit them in the morning. Christian Seiterhog is 11th. Momentum Motorsport is 12th. That's Keegan Sutton Baker. One LMP2 is out of the race. That is Toretto Tuna's Tune-Ups. And they are done for the race. Let's go through GT3 and then call this a day. Igor Murtasov, that's Team Unknown, in first, as they have taken the lead away from Orbit Drop Bear. Now, this is pending. This actually looks like this might be outright. So while we were visiting those couple of prototype teams, Igor Murtasov has taken over for Team Unknown in GT3. Some solid lap times. In fact, last lap, I know this is likely an oddity for Orbit Drop Bear, but last lap for Orbit Drop Bear was over 4 minutes long. It was under 3 minutes for Team Unknown. Orbit Drop Bear does run in second. Taylor Oaks behind the wheel. Evolution Racing Team in third. That'll be Hayden Veld in the car. Arctic Sim Sport, they run fourth. That's Nicholas Simonson. Mac Racing, Alexander Strasenko in fifth. Arctic Sim Sport Academy runs sixth. Nicholas Lund. Impact Sim Sport Blue, we'll revisit them in the morning as well. Gareth McRae, they run seventh. Aerocinetics Green, oh, they're off the racetrack, recovering here. They'll get back going okay. Christoph Ogi in eighth. Echelon Sim Sport Black runs in ninth. That's Joshua Burke. And Hyperion Racing 2 runs in the 10th spot. That's Derek Heiberger. Walk Racing Federation runs 11th with Artem Udod behind the wheel. Down in 12th, it's Orion Race Team, 444. That's Mike Dam. In 13th spot, Team Red X. That's going to be Sam Rose. And Undercut Racing Team Red runs 14th. That is going to be Julian Plumet. Absolute Motorsports Absolute GTD will be Marco Massetti behind the wheel. They run 15th. 16th, Venari Racing Red. That's Lars Kirschbaum behind the wheel of that McLaren. Australia Wide Racing Blue. As one car spins the background, I think. Yes, one car going for a ride. Oh my goodness. That is Alexander Strasenko, Mac Racing, 5th place. Another off for that number 11. Picking back up, Australia Wide Racing Blue runs 17th. One Performance Racing runs 18th. That's going to be Jake Edwards. Antic Motorsports, 993. Daniel Polton behind the wheel. They run 19th and 20th. And final of your cars left running, Marco Mendez, Core Motorsports. 3 GT3s are out of the race. Instinct Racing, Vulcan Motorsports, and Bakar Anteler Win O'Reilly. I agree. Racing in the rain is a whole bunch of fun, especially at night. Unfortunately, we must sign off at this point in time. It's been a blast so far, and if you're brand new to Pit Stop TV, we ask you to follow along on social media. Some great moments of today's broadcast may hit social media in the coming days, and you'll want to be there to make sure you interact with them as they hit the social media platforms. We'll leave you with the race leader for just a couple of moments, some sounds of the sim to take you into broadcast conclusion, but not before we take a look at what's upcoming here on the channel. The Majors 24 resumes here on Pit Stop TV in the morning around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Eastern. Mugello Circuit comes up next for the North American Racing League. That'll be their first race of their brand new season. And July 10th, it's out to Slinger, Wisconsin, Slinger Speedway for the Impel Motorsports National Tour and the Sim Auto Racing Association. Thanks for joining us thus far. It's been a pleasure as always. We appreciate any time we can be live for the Majors Series. This has been our opening portion of the Majors 24. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great day, night, morning, whatever it may be where you're watching. And we will see you in the morning, both in sim and in reality for us, with the closing portion of the Majors 24 broadcast. Until then, have a great time. Don't crash out there. We want to see you on the far side, and we'll see you then.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But he can't find enough time to build competitive as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Major's garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.